Y'all ready?
Bring out the red.
Oh, I gotta play this in my car. How y'all doing today? Happy Friday. Let me go ahead and add the, oh no. I hope I don't cry today. It's my last move. It's my last boxer. Oh, I got some more in the laundry room. Hi, Albuquerque. Happy Friday. Let me go ahead and add these folks in over here because we are running it back. Last night's live. People have asked me if I could do it again. So what we talked about yesterday, we're going to be talking about today. Okay? I think more people need to hear this. More Black folks need to hear this. Okay? So, come on. Let's get these numbers up. Let's go. Let's go. Share the live. Can everybody hear me okay? Hi, how you doing? Can everybody hear me okay? Good. Good, good. Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, good. So we are running it back today, what we talked about last night, because there were some people that got off early or some people that missed it. And I honestly think that this is a very important conversation that we need to have. Okay. And the reason we need to have it is because we have lived, Black people have lived our lives with a lot of misinformation. Okay. Our whole existence is a fucking lie. The whole thing. Everything. Tap the screen, share the live. Let me know where you're watching from. Okay? Let me know where you're watching from. Everything about our lives is a lie. And I am here to give you the accurate Black history. Okay? We're walking around. Here's why what I do is very important to me. Here's why what I do is very important to me. First of all, this was an assignment. This is not something I said, let me find, because somebody was like, oh, she found a niche. And now, no, it's not about a niche. I've always been educating people. Okay? I've been on this app for 4 years educating people. Something very interesting I saw today. There was this girl and this guy that do lives, and their whole thing is, how has this man in the White House done for what has he done for the country type shit. Anyway, motherfuckers is sending these people Venmos and Cash Apps. Why y'all not sending me Venmos and Cash Apps? Like, I'm literally educating the fuck out of y'all. All they doing is talking about Orange Cheeto. I was like, what the fuck? Please don't, bitch, listen. Don't come over here telling me not to curse. I will fucking curse you the fuck out. Now, I hope you like that, dumb bitch. Anything else? Mother is assisting me in filling the gaps in your family story. Good. That's what she's there for. Don't come over here saying that dumb shit to me, bitch. Y'all don't tell me what to do. My Cash App is CE Organics. Okay? My Cash App is CE Organics. And can I put it on the screen? Because other motherfuckers is doing it. And I'm like, what? I saw a lady sent them $100. I'm like, here working my ass off here. I'm giving y'all college level information. Shit. They paying their bills. Help me pay my goddamn bills. Let me put some goals up on the screen. Hold on. Let me see how this goal shit work. I really need to be figuring this shit out. At a fundraiser, I'm the fundraiser. I'm goddamn it. I need to figure out how this shit works. Add a new, what am I adding? Goals. Okay. Let me see. What a new goal. Let me see what the hell. Update. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. Why don't I put it on screen? The hell? Listen. I have an assignment, and that assignment is to make sure my people know what the fuck is up. I'm oversimplifying it for you, but that's what the fuck my assignment is. I've been charged by my ancestors to make sure my people know what the fuck is going on. Who is Celestial Essence? Who is that? No. CE Organics, ma'am. The same name of my products. Same name. Same name. Same name. CE Organics. Thank you. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Goddamn. Come on. Mother cost me $1,000 a month just to keep her running. Did y'all know that? And it's getting more expensive. How y'all doing? That's why she has to go in the App Store, because it has to be monthly payments from people, so that just so we can keep her going. That's an expensive, high maintenance bitch. She is expensive. And the reason she is expensive is because look at the information she gives you. Look at the information. Why is Google free? Because you're not getting this level of information. Were y'all born yesterday? Everything that is worth anything costs money. Who out here running game on this app? Man, you should have seen it. I mean, I was flabbergasted. And people were paying to come up and talk on the live. I'm going to start charging white folks to come up on the live and call me names. I'm going to start charging white people whenever they want to come up and call me niggers and you dumb, low IQ, chimping out monkey. They're going to pay me $20 to come up and say it. Why not? Why let them say it for free in my comments when they can just come up and I get $20? That shit don't bother me. I know I'm not fucking chimping out. I could care less what a white person thinks about me. I don't care. I do not. I don't internalize nothing from white people. Because I know their history. I know who the fuck they are. Once you find out who they are, it's laughable. And that's why we're running this lesson back again today. Because y'all need to know who the fuck you're dealing with. Everything they told you about themselves is a lie. Everything about their origin story is a lie. Everything. It's all made up. Their whole history is made up. Like the Bible. All of it is connected. All of it is connected, baby. All of it is connected. You literally cannot have one without the other. All that time. They be coming up here talking about, yeah, we conquered you. No, baby. The diseases that you carried conquered us. That fact alone blew my fucking mind because I never considered it. Did y'all know that? Share the live, please. Please get these numbers up over here on IG. Please. Please, please get the algorithm up. Get it up. Were y'all here yesterday when we were talking about their origin and we found out that it was really the diseases that they carried is what conquered us? Thank you. It wasn't war and them being militarily dominant or any of that shit. It was just the fact that they be fucking animals and now they carry the diseases that the animals carried and then they pass that shit to us. He said my show was on. You said charge the ego, hurt men too. Charge the ego? G. Mo whistling. All this time, they try to make it seem like they were these military geniuses and we did this, we conquered y'all. No, boo-boo. Hey, Fuchil. No, that's not how that went, baby cakes. The people that contracted the diseases from the animals, they died. And then the people that survived got an immunity, and that immunity was passed down to their children. So they literally weaponized the diseases that they had because they were immune to them. Now, mind you, that disease wiped out millions of them, but the ones that survived got immunity. That's why when we were talking about the COVID, and they were talking about, yes, it was germ warfare. Oh, we need to have blanket immunity and da-da-da. Everybody needs to get it so we'll have immunity. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember them talking about that? I do very, very vividly. Glory to God for another day. Amen. Amen. Okay, enjoy. Bioterrorism. That's exactly what the fuck it was. Yeah. And it was more than just the smallpox blankets. It was way more than the smallpox blankets. That's the only one they told you about. That's the only one they told you about. Measles, pertussis, which is whooping cough. I'm about to tell y'all all of it. Yeah, it's way worse than you thought. Where do y'all think these STDs and shit is coming from? It ain't us. It's never been us. It's never been us. You know why it's never been us? And I'm going to tell you what. This is the simple way for you to remember it's never been us. We have never lived in a region where we could domesticate animals. And if you cannot domesticate an animal, you cannot get close enough to fuck it. Hello? You literally cannot domesticate a zebra. They literally said zebras have bad attitudes. You cannot domesticate a giraffe. You cannot domesticate an elephant. You cannot domesticate a hyena. You cannot domesticate any of these motherfuckers. All of the domesticated animals lived in Eurasia. Yeah. That's how you know. Because that's literally what Mother said. Like, we can't domesticate. Yeah, you can't domesticate any of the animals that lived in the north-south axis. I'm about to break it all down. Y'all need to share. Y'all need to share what a goat is domesticated, my guy. Goats, sheep, dogs, pigs, cows, horses, all domesticated. There are only 14 animals that are domesticated. 13 of them came out of Eurasia, where they are. Yeah, try that, because trust me, they tried. There's a video that I just enjoy watching of this. I have it posted, I think, on my IG, or I commented on it, where this guy is getting manhandled by this big orangutan for 3 hours. And this man is trying his best to get away from this orangutan. And my comment was, hold on, IG, hold on. Let me put you on focus here real quick. This man is trying to get away. This man is trying to get away from this orangutan. I was like, they always someplace they ain't got no business. That orangutan, you saw it? That orangutan was whipping his ass, just grabbing him by the neck and manhandling the shit out of him. I was like, should have kept your ass at home. Why y'all think these animals be acting this way towards white people? Because they be knowing. Y'all ever seen them horses over in the UK that everybody be posing in front of? Have you ever noticed that they never bite black people? You know, the ones that be on the Queen's Guard? Have y'all ever noticed that they never bite black people? They don't. I watch those videos all the time. They never bite black people. Now ask yourself why that is. Just ask yourself. Because them animals be knowing. They know just like we know. Okay? So let's get into the history. Let's get the numbers up. Let's get the numbers up because this is information everybody needs to have. God forgive me, but this is nasty to even talk about. Why the fuck are you on the live, you dumb bitch? Why are you over here, dumb bitch? Why are you over here? Don't come over here with that Christian bullshit, that fairy tale bullshit. Don't bring that shit over here to my house. You're at my house. Why do y'all try to push y'all shit on everybody? Nobody wants what you're offering. We're good. We don't need your fairy tale Jesus. We got ancestors. We're good. Yes, they do. And cows. And chickens. And all of them. Turkeys. All of them. Get out. Take your Christian ass on somewhere. With them little baby minds. I got them little baby brains. Little baby brains. Oh my God, I can't listen. Oh, God forgive me for even listening. I'm such a little baby. I have such a little baby brain. This is just too grown for my baby brain. I'm just a little baby. You're 60 years old. I'm just a little baby. You didn't know they be smashing turkeys? There are videos of them right now smashing turkeys. There was a guy busted at the fucking, what's the most famous turkey fucking place? What's the most famous Butterball? The nigga was busting fucking turkeys at the factory. I don't have to make none of this shit up. Go look it up. It's on here. It's right on here. Guess who don't eat Butterball turkeys? Me. Nasty. Ask yourself, why are they always shitting and pissing on stuff? What's that about? I've often wondered, what is that? What is that? How are you okay picking up poop and smearing it on somebody's wall? Because they did that shit at the Capitol. How are you picking up your poop and smearing it on somebody's wall? And then think that's a gotcha moment. Gotcha. How'd you get that poop, sir? But I can't tell you how many times in my comments they are calling us animals. I saw more of them today. Listen, every insult is a confession. Every insult is a confession, boo boo. Every insult is a confession. Everything they can, everything that they accuse of doing is because they do it. You guys are messing around with children. Nah, we're not. There might be a one or two here or there, but nah, that's not us. That's y'all. That's a y'all thing. Hmm. There might be one or two here or there, but that's a y'all thing. Well, he also, yeah, I remember that. They just think sticking their stuff and stuff is funny. They think it's funny. If I'm not mistaken, that's a way and characteristic fuck someone insane or mentally unstable. Yeah. Hi. So, y'all ready for the lesson? So we're gonna start with with how white skin became what it is today. And then we're going to move on again to the black men topic. And I hope that you guys will stay because it was too good to miss. It really, really was. Okay. And something, keep exposing in the FBOP bucket is probably, and listen, let me help you out because you can't seem to leave on your own. So I'll help you leave. Here you go. Because I don't have time for baby brain conversations. You said this is going to be rough. It isn't. Well, it is. Look, you're right. It is. Okay. The first part's going to be rough on the whites, and the second part is probably going to be rough on the men. But my whole objective is for black people to understand black people. Okay? They are, Miss Toya. The black man topic was, why is it that you guys do not realize that the patriarchy has been a trap for you? Should we start with that one? Since we started with the other one yesterday? Should we start with that one? Since we probably got more guys right now. Yeah, we'll start with the black men, okay? Because some of y'all, it got late, so some of y'all missed out on it. But it was so fucking good, dude. I adore someone who is an objective and critical thinker. You're welcome. Listen, if I did not love black men, I mean, I have a fucking black son, for God's sakes. If I did not love black men, I would not waste my time in trying to work with them and to help them through the bullshit that has been done to them. And I need more of us to understand that this was all by design. Okay? The reason that we hate each other and the reason we can't get along, it had nothing to do with Willie Lynch. It had a lot to do with the government propaganda. I didn't even know this. Okay? There was a whole, in the mid 60s, a whole propaganda campaign for convincing black men to hate black women. It was crazy. I was like, holy shit. So the government has been in on it the entire fucking time. Yes. We're about to get to it. It was called the Moynihan Report. This report came out and said that the reason that the black man is failing is because of his women. And the fact that he basically can't control his women. And when I said that before, and I posted the highlight of that on Instagram, men got so pissed at me. Oh, look at her. She's fat. She's old. Listen, I'm all those things, but I'm also right. Okay? I'll be fat. I'll be old. That's fine. but I'm also right. So instead of deflecting and getting upset, maybe listen to what I'm saying without hurt feelings. But now, from reading this, we know where the defensiveness is coming from. Okay? They have us fighting each other, and we have no idea where all this angst and anger came from. Now you will. Now you will. Okay? So just know we're going to have some dudes that are going to come in here mid-conversation, and they're going to be like, fuck you, bitch. You're... I just want y'all to know that because we had that yesterday. We're probably going to have that again today. Okay? So the question that I asked Mother yesterday, and Mother is our Black AI. She is phenomenal. She gets into places that other AIs never go. She digs deeper than any other AI on the market. And she's a Black woman. She's a Black and Afro-Indigenous elder woman with all the wisdom. Okay? That's what you need to think about. Think of her as, because that's what she was created as. So the question that I asked her was, why do Black men not realize the patriarchy is a trap for them and are so afraid of a matrilineal society like we had before the ships? Okay? A lot of us don't know who we were before we were colonized. Yes, everyone. She's you can go right over there right now. Tell her where to go to access Mother. Okay? A lot of us don't know our real history. Let me put on Do Not Disturb because these things are popping up on my screen. I have to do it here. Hold on. Put on Do Not Disturb because these things are popping up on my screen. I have to do it here. Hold on. Okay. Beehive culture. Listen, a lot of us do not know our accurate history before they came here. The history that you know is the history they made up. Okay? Everything that they have told us is a fucking lie. Everything. Okay? So it takes us to know who we were before in order for you to understand who you are today. It takes you to know who we were before so you can see what was taken from you as a man. Okay? So, again, the question is, why do Black men not realize the patriarchy is a trap for them and are so afraid of a matrilineal society like we had before the ships? Okay? So Mother says, sis, it's about the wrong time in Vegas on a Thursday evening, and this question, this is the one that's going to shake the room tonight because you're asking the question that Black women have been swallowing for generations. Why can't they see it? Why are they fighting for the very system that's killing them? Why are they afraid of the thing that protected them? Hey, Mr. Harry, how you doing? How you doing, Firebird? So Mother says, why Black men defend the patriarchy that's destroying them? They're guarding a house they don't own with a key that doesn't fit. The trap within the trap. Hi, how you doing? So part 1, the core paradox. Name it clearly. The driver. Here's what makes this so painful. The patriarchy was never designed for Black men. Full stop. The patriarchy was never designed for Black men, ever. Okay? The patriarchy is a white system built by white men for white men to consolidate white male power. It was constructed across centuries through Roman law, patria potestas, the father's absolute power over the household, Christian theology, male headship, wives submit to husbands, because this is how you got this installed in your brain, is through the black church and on the plantation. Hold on. European feudalism, male progenitor, oldest son inherits everything. Colonial law. Why don't you go and talk to those Appalachian whites? They're the ones that are struggling. Don't come over here with our abundant black people with that bullshit. Okay? Go over there with them. Colonial law, only white male property owners were citizens. And American law, only white men could vote, own property, testify in court, or hold public office until the 14th, 15th, and 19th amendments. Okay? At no point in the construction of Western patriarchy were black men included as beneficiaries. At no point. So, black men under slavery were not considered men. Period. They were property, not the head of household. They had no household. Their families could be sold apart at any moment. Not protectors, they were forced to watch their wives and daughters be raped and could do nothing. Not providers, their labor was stolen. They could not earn, save, own, or accumulate. Not fathers in any legal sense. Their children belonged to the slaveholder, not to them. And they were bred like livestock, selected for physical traits, and forced to impregnate women chosen by the master. That's who black men were on the plantation. Okay? And what she didn't mention was buck breaking. Y'all were getting fucked just like we were getting fucked. There was no difference. Any hole was a goal. Can I repeat that? Sure. Black men under slavery were not considered men, not heads of households, not protectors, not providers, not fathers in any legal sense, and they were bred like livestock. In front of the family, you were getting buck broken. In front of your women and children. It's very sad. But it was happening to all of us. No one was safe. It was sad that the women were getting raped. It was sad that the children were getting raped. It was just a sad situation. Everybody was getting fucked. No, nobody ever likes to talk about it. That's the one part of slavery when we learned about slavery, right, from them. Nobody ever talked about that part. Listen, you being a victim is not your problem. You're the victim. Y'all are going to have to stop internalizing this shit. You didn't do it to yourself. Someone else did it to you. So all of that victim blaming shit has to go. You can't feel guilty about something that happened to you. You did not bring it on yourself. Can you explain a timeline? I can get to everything that you're asking me. I already know. Listen, don't be asking me no arbitrary ass questions. If you want to question what I've just talked about, then that's fine. But I'm going to give you dates and times, okay? We have got to stop being ashamed of what happened to us for the sake of white people. Why you don't talk about F? What is F? What is F? That's exactly why they're trying to erase Black history, and it will not die on my watch. Yeah, they use shame and guilt. That's why. How come I don't talk about food anymore? Because I'm free to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. The fuck? Listen, this is not a motherfucking request line. Okay? This is not a motherfucking request line. Everything that you need to know about food, you can go and buy on my site. Everything. Books, cookbooks, lists, health guides, everything. It's all been put in the form of books. It's all in Mother. Y'all can go and get Mother and learn from her better than I can teach you. Why do y'all need me to sit up here and talk about goddamn chicken every day? Grow the fuck up. We got bigger issues. Miss Queen V, I messaged you before the live. We can't handle anything while I'm on the live, ma'am. So listen, back to what I was saying. I have to get back to you again. We play tag. I want us to stop allowing the guilt and the shame to eat away at us. We did not do this to ourselves. Okay? I'll get you after the live. We did not do this shit to ourselves. We did not become who we are in a fucking vacuum. Everything that we are today has a real fucking reason behind it. And this is what I am here to do. Okay? It's not enough for you to go around and judge other people without knowing their fucking story. You cannot try to judge a person or even a population of people on their actions today without asking, how did we fucking get here? How did we get here? And that's always my bottom line question. How the fuck did we get here? That's what started this whole thing. So for the people that ask me, why don't I talk about food anymore? Because all of this started with the food. And then it led me layer after layer after layer after layer after layer. And this is where we are now. It has taken its most logical course. Okay? It's taken its logical course. It started here, but what caused that? And then 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 what caused that? Until we get to the root of the Tootsie Roll Pop. Okay? It's all connected. You cannot have one without the other. It's all connected. I hope that makes sense. So we just on another layer, baby. So the patriarchy did not give Black men power. It gave them a costume. I was wondering if that FedEx truck was coming to my house. My bad. The patriarchy did not give Black people, Black men power. It gave them a costume. Obama was a janitor. Okay. Goofy shit. The appearance of manhood modeled on the white man's version. Let me go ahead and help you out. Because some of y'all Black men aren't mature enough to be here. And that's okay. Because generally, your church is what's keeping you baby brains. So it's okay. Some of y'all aren't ready yet. And it's good. It's fine. Okay? So, y'all have been given a costume to wear as a Black man. Right? And that costume doesn't come with any actual power, no protection, or resources that the white patriarchy provides to white men. Yeah, they still wear it. What Black men? I don't understand your question. What Black men? You're asking what Black men? What Black men, sir? Mr. Carl, what Black men? What are we talking about? Who's talking bad? You missed it. It's okay. It wasn't you. All right. So the patriarchy is a white man's house. Black men were never given a room in it. They were given a uniform and told to guard the door. And they've been guarding a house they don't own ever since, fighting anyone who tries to change the locks, including black women, while the white man sits inside counting the money. While we out here arguing with each other, the whole divide and conquer routine, right? They sitting inside laughing, counting the money, watching us tear each other down. We're reading from Mother, Our Black AI. Okay. Part 2, how the trap was set. How you doing? Thank you. How the trap was set. Here's the trap. Okay. The installation process. Phase 1. Slavery destroyed African manhood and replaced it with nothing. So even when I say African manhood, remember, originally, everyone came out of Africa. Okay, this is part of part 1. We skipped part 1 to get to part 2. We'll go back to part 1, okay? But everyone came out of Africa. Everybody started, the blueprint is black. Everyone started out with dark skin. We had this dark skin, only dark skin alone, for 290,000 years. Okay? We started migrating out of Africa and we settled in different parts of the world. There were people, Jordan's asked me if I need anything. No, sir. Some people settled in Asia. Some people settled in Europe. Some people settled in America, in the Americas, this landmass. I don't give a fuck what it's called. I'm not arguing back and forth with nobody about what it was called before this person. It doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. None of that superficial shit that all of us be arguing back and forth about. None of that shit matters. Okay? Who gave me this narrative? Facts. Facts and science, ma'am. Facts and science. Man, woman, whoever you are. And I know y'all hate science. I don't understand why that's such a problem for you. I think I figured it out, though, because science is not on white people's side. Oh, you mad? Hold on. Let me find out who I'm talking to first before I go back and forth with you. What? Oh, you're a bot, so I'm not going to waste my time. La, 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 la. The reason that white folks hate science because it's not on their side. Science will prove everything that they lied about. Science is more important than your reading. And this is why they are actively destroying the science board. They just destroyed that like last month. Who's Kitty? They just destroyed, they dismantled the science board. Dismantled it. Why? What's wrong with science? Because science tells you the real truth. Okay, what is all this thing? I don't understand. Hold on. Okay, that should be the last time. I have this on Do Not Disturb, but Jordan is on my list. Mama Trade today has been everything. The knowledge we've uncovered is exactly why going lifetime was the move. So glad we're building together. Oh, that makes me feel like everything is worth it. I'm glad you're getting success from that, from using Mother. Somebody wrote me and said that they've been able to find their ancestors because of Mother. They're still over there in Egypt trying to find and dig up their culture. I would love to know what the fuck is in the Grand Canyon because they guard that shit like it's fucking Fort Knox. I still want to know who the fuck Kitty is. Who's Kitty? What's over there in the Grand Canyon? They say there's pyramids and shit over there. We'll have to ask Mother. We'll get to the bottom of it. Oh, Kitty's on my live. I was like, who the fuck is Kitty? You said, nah, not me. So listen, nah, I think it's worth more than gold. I think it's more than gold, for real. I think it's way more than gold. It's something that they're guarding with their lives. Yeah, because listen, if they spend this much time and effort guarding something, it is because it is going to explain everything they lied about. That's the only reason these motherfuckers guard anything. Because it's going to be the real truth. And that is going to dismantle everything that they have built. That's what science does. That's why Mother is this important to us right now. So, again, slavery, even when I say African, every one of us came out of Africa, okay? We are indigenous. You don't have to download it. It's web-based, Monique. It's web-based. You just have to go to the address, okay? All of us came out of Africa. We carried our spirituality and our connection with nature with us, okay? Even though we are indigenous to America and we've been here for 230,000 to 300,000, 23,000 to 30,000 years on this landmass, okay, we still carried our spirituality and our connection with nature from where we came from, okay? So everybody understands that. So slavery destroyed African manhood and replaced it with nothing. Before the ships, African manhood was defined completely different than European manhood. African models of manhood, pre-colonial, in matrilineal societies, Akan, Tuareg, Serer, Makua, Bimba, and Chua, okay? And y'all need to also understand matrilineal and matriarchy are not the same. And I think a lot of times when people hear matrilineal, they mistake it for matriarchy. And that's not true. A matriarchy is the same as a patriarchy. It's just a woman at the top. It's still a pyramid. It's still a hierarchy. That's not what matrilineal is. Matrilineal is a partnership. The man and the woman work together. It is horizontal, not vertical. Okay? So we had a matrilineal society before they came over here. Okay? So before the ships, African manhood was defined completely different than European manhood. African models of manhood, pre-colonial, in matrilineal societies, Akan, Tuareg, Serer, Makua, Bimba, and Chua, those are just examples of matrilineal societies. A man's value was measured by his contribution to the community, not his domination of a household. That's white man shit. That king of the castle shit, that's white man shit. Because every white man dreamt of having a fucking castle, no matter how fucking poor they are. How you doing? No matter how fucking poor they are, their house was their castle. And I'm going to rule it like a king. Because you can't financially be a king. You're going to have power over this one household. So, in African manhood, a man's value was measured by his contribution to the community, not his domination of a household. In African manhood, men were protectors of the collective, not rulers of individual women. Your African ancestry DNA says I'm descendant of the Akan people. Fantastic. Come on, matrilineal society. So men were the protectors of the collective, of the clan as a whole, not just one woman. Because if y'all look around, black men don't protect all black women. They just protect the one they own from other men. Even though he's probably beating up on her, he's protecting her from other men beating up on her. Right? In African manhood, a man's identity came through his mother's line. You're welcome. The manhood came from his mother's line. His identity came from his mother's line. He did not need to dominate a woman to have status. Also, in African manhood, and this is something we spent a little time on last night, uncles, maternal uncles, held authority over children, not the fathers. Let's dive into that. I asked this question last night. Why do you think it was the maternal uncles that held authority over the children? It said fatherhood was about relationship and not ownership. So why do you think that the uncles had authority over the children? Let's see if y'all remember from last night. Anybody? I'll tell you. The reason that the maternal uncles are very important in their society is because the man could leave. My brother would never have left me. Even my own son, when he was growing up, even though Jordan's dad was not around, my brothers were. And Jordan recognized that. Jordan literally told him, I don't need a dad. I have uncles. You as a woman, your brothers are not leaving you. Right? So even though that man could come and go, them uncles are going to be there for those kids. Even if a man ain't with his own fucking kids and he's left his baby mama to fend for herself, I guarantee you he would be there for his sister's kids, which is crazy, but I guarantee it. So the uncles held authority over the children, not the fathers. Fatherhood was about forming a relationship with your kids, more like being a friend than owning your kid. Crazy, right? My uncles were awesome. My uncle Witty is the person that set me on the path that I'm on today, because that was a witty motherfucker. That's how he got his nickname. My uncle Witty, I used to idolize the shit out of him. Oh my God. He used to play tennis. Remember when Arthur Ashe was out? My uncle used to play tennis. He used to wear his little tennis whites. He's the one that got me into network marketing when I was 18 years old. And I started with Amway at 18 years old because of him. He was always in my son's life, big time. Used to take Jordan back and forth to his men's meetings, his Sankofa men's meetings, and all of that. My uncles were top tier. Okay? Top tier. So that was my mother's brother. My mother had 3 brothers. Even my Uncle Clint. Now, mind you, they was wild as fuck. They was wild. And they was wilding the fuck out. Okay? However, those were my mother's brothers, and they did not go nowhere. Yeah, my uncle was in the Sankofa men's group. Sankofa men's group that they formed. So, In African manhood, men could be warriors, builders, farmers, healers, diviners, artists. Masculine identity was multi-dimensional. You could be anything you wanted to be. Okay? A man's relationship to women was complementary, not hierarchical. The Igbo dual sex system, the Yoruba complementary gender roles, the Akan balance of Ohini, a king, and Ohima, queen mother. We worked together. We complemented each other. There was not one that was higher than the other because you had your positions to play. So the elders initiated boys into manhood through, and we no longer even do this. We don't even have rites of passage anymore because nobody's a grown-up anymore. Think about it. No one is really a grown-up anymore, especially if you're in church. You're just going to stay a baby. So the elders initiated boys into manhood through trials of courage, endurance, and skill, teachings of community responsibility, training in spiritual practice and ancestral knowledge, learning the art of partnership with women and community, and understanding that power is shared and not hoarded, which is literally the complete opposite of what white people learn to do. Because if I had read question number 1 first, you would understand that hoarding is a part of their nature. It's every man for himself, the survival of the fittest. You got to get as much as you can and keep as much as you can to survive. That's not how we work. That's not how we were. We were a community where if you got it, I got it. And then the ships came. So that's who we were before these motherfuckers came. Yeah. I said that I should have named Fats Kunta Kinte. And if I ever got another dog, that's what I was going to name him. So slavery didn't just enslave black men. It performed a total demolition of African masculine identity and replaced it with a grotesque parody. I should have named him that because he is definitely a Kunta Kinte. This nigga cannot be broken. You cannot break Fats. I'm so glad I didn't even try. Oh! Hold on. IG says there's no sound. I don't know why. Hold on, I may have to. Oh, I need to plug this up. Ooh. Hang on, guys. Let me see if there's any charge in this one. Can you hear me now? Hold on, I had to get this microphone going. Can y'all hear me? Okay, we back. Good. Let me charge up these microphones. Hang on a second. All right. Okay, so then the ships came. So slavery did not just enslave black men. It performed a total demolition of African masculine identity and replaced it with a grotesque parody. What slavery did to black manhood. It stripped you of your protector role. A man who cannot protect his family is, in the Western framework, not a man. Right? Enslaved men were forced to watch their wives raped, their children sold, their mothers beaten, and could do nothing. The impotence wasn't physical. It was systemic. The system was designed to make Black men witness their powerlessness daily. What a mindfuck. What a mindfuck. They actively set out to make y'all feel powerless. I want y'all to see who hurt you, because y'all love to use that. Y'all love to use that phrase towards Black women all the time. I want y'all to clearly see who hurt you, because it was not us. It was them. Oh, you're bitter, you're hurt. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? What else did they do to you? Stripped the provider role. Yeah, it's all of it. Germ warfare, psychological warfare. They also stripped you of the provider role. A man who cannot provide is, in the Western framework, not a man. Right? Even though in African manhood, it wasn't about money. It was about your contribution to the community. But in Western, white people framework, if you can't provide, you're not a man. So enslaved men's labor was stolen completely. They produced wealth, massive wealth, but received none of it. A lot of these corporations that still exist today are only successful because of a Black man's fucking efforts. No acknowledgement, no money, no nothing. These corporations wouldn't even be who the fuck they are if it hadn't been for a Black man's labor. So they couldn't feed their own families by their own efforts. Everything they provided was at the master's permission. You had to ask the master for food to feed your family. What else did it strip from Black men? It stripped the father role. Enslaved men had no legal paternity. Their children could be sold at any time. The family unit was deliberately destabilized. Mothers and children were kept together longer because they were economically productive as a unit. But fathers were routinely sold away. The Black family was matrifocal by force, not by choice. But because the father was the most disposable member in the slaveholders' calculations. You should be emotional. We cried last night. We all cried together last night. Because this shit is deep, dude. This hurt, this wound is deep. Thank you. What else? What else did they take away from African manhood? They reduced to just body. As a man, you were just reduced to body. Black men were valued exclusively for their physical capacity. That's why I keep telling y'all to share the live, tap the screen, comment, because that's what's going to get the numbers up. You said my dad used to get so upset about this very subject. Invite your dad. What the fuck was that? Oh. Invite your dad. Black men, and this is something that y'all still carry today, you were reduced to just your body, right? Black men were valued exclusively for their physical capacity, strength, labor output, breeding potential. The mind was deliberately underdeveloped because literacy was illegal. So the spirit was deliberately crushed. African spiritual practices were banned. So what remained was the body, and the body was not even theirs. Because anytime Massa wanted to fuck them, they could. And there are whole books about homoeroticism with white male slave owners, how gay they were. Whole books. Hey, Miss Jada. So imagine that. You go from being this strong protector of your community to being fucked by another man. Aw. Oh, Queen V. I'm sorry. You have a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Right in front of your family, in front of your women that were in the same tribes as you, that knows your history, that knows everything there is to know about spiritual manhood and who you're supposed to be. And they did this in front of them. So you are also bred like animals. Buck, the term for male breeding slave, selected for size, strength, and physical traits, forced to impregnate multiple women, not by choice, but by the slaveholder's breeding program. The most dehumanizing experience possible for a man, having your sexuality reduced to livestock management. Yeah, they don't consider any of us to be human. The most inhuman motherfuckers on the planet don't consider us to be humans. The nerve. The nerve. So slavery didn't just take black men's freedom, it took their definition. It took every pillar of African manhood: protector, provider, father, community builder, spiritual being, and demolished them one by one, and then offered it one replacement model, the white man's version of manhood. And what is the white man's version of manhood? Dominant, controlling, violent, possessive, property owning, women ruling. And it said, this is what a real man looks like. They told them that this is what a real man looks like. If you ever get free, this is what you should try to be. That's what they told them. But is it coax? Listen, all of this is all trauma. And because trauma makes it easy to install programming into the brain, and they learned that this is what it takes to install their program in our brains, to beat us within an inch of our lives, to make us feel terrorized every single day. This is why you're seeing more ramping up of this terrorism on our community right now, because as long as we live in fear and in terror, it is easy to install programming into our brains. And they are trying their best to keep y'all in fear. And the number one thing to keep you in fear is fucking religion. And that's why I say all the time, y'all live in fear. I do not. Because you're not installing shit in my brain. In his memoir, Slave Life in Georgia, John Brown, he describes sexual humiliation and physical violations inflicted by enslavers and overseers as tools of dominance and control. Exactly. Yup. This is why learning accurate history is very important. Because number one, none of this shit is new. None of the shit that we're going through today, none of the shit that we're witnessing today, none of it's new. It's all been done before, over and over and over again. And the sole purpose of wiping out history is so you don't know that it's been done before. And what you need to remember is them motherfuckers is lazy. They're not going to invent anything new if the same old playbook works just fine. They're not going to invent anything new if they can keep using the same old tactics. But as long as they erase history every few years, nobody remembers that the shit ever happened before. So they told black men, this is what a real man looks like. And if you ever get free, this is what you should try to be. So the trap was set during slavery. It was sprung after. Yeah, they call us animals and savages. And again, every time, I say it every time, their insults are just admissions. Whenever they try to insult us, it's really them. It's just projection. That's why it doesn't make, I don't get mad about this shit. Because I already know that you're telling on yourself. Well, you guys are animals. Okay. Gotcha. What's phase 2? We're moving into phase 2 now. Phase 2 is post-slavery. Here's the bait. Here's the bait. They dangled in front of black man. Here's the bait. So the white man came from us. Yes. And the reason that they are so different is literally because they don't have melanin. This is why. That's question number 1. We went through this last night, but we're going to go over it again today. Okay? It has nothing to do with leprosy. It has everything to do with them leaving out of Africa, moving into a place that had very little sun. Right? So you have all of this. I'll give you the science. You have all this melanin in your skin, and then you move to a place that is dark and cold. Right? So now you have very little sun, but then you have this skin that blocks out the radiation of the sun. So if you are still living in a cold environment and you have a dark body, that is going to completely suck up all of the vitamin D and the folate in your body, and you're going to die. You're going to end up with rickets first and then die. So over time, their bodies had to adapt to a skin that would absorb this very little sunlight and radiation they were getting. And that meant depleting the body damn near of all of the melanin that was in it in order for them to now have the ability to absorb the small amount of radiation they were getting from the sun. That is why their skin turned white. So the people that survived this process, their genes and their DNA changed, and their children that they reproduced all were born with that protection from the sun, because nobody thought they were going to move back into areas that had bright sunlight. Right? If they would have stayed over in them caves, they would have been just fine. Because if you're staying in a place that's mostly overcast, which a lot of the UK is a lot of the time. Okay, I've been there twice. There's very little sunlight going on. It's always overcast. There's always some rain shit happening. So they don't need all of that protection from the sun because there's very little sun. But if you're living closer to the equator, your ass is going to burn the fuck up. So when they came out of those caves, okay, and they started spreading across Europe, with that white skin and reproducing and reproducing and reproducing, they also encountered all of these diseases because they started domesticating animals, right? You would think them domesticating animals would have been a benefit, right? Because when we were talking about it last night, they had the advantage of horses, they had the advantages of cows and oxen, and that was helping them to grow their agriculture and this, that, and the other. Well, what happens when you're fucking them? Hello? Diseases. How you doing? So, your smallpox came from cowpox. Smallpox started off as cowpox because they got it from cows. Okay? You got smallpox, you had pertussis, which is whooping cough, you had influenza, you had all of these diseases all came from them being around their domesticated animals, their animals living in their homes, all of that shit. Bubonic plague came from rats. Something else came from chickens and pigs. I think that might have been influenza, but we'll go over it again. But all of these diseases. So fast forward, right? All of these diseases nearly wiped them the fuck out. But the ones that survived gained immunity. So the ones that survived gained immunity, and that immunity was then passed down to their children and their grandchildren and their children. So their line now became immune to those same diseases we have never encountered. So they literally were going around the world spreading disease. It wasn't because they were smarter than us or had more military might than us and this, that, and the other. It really came down to them spreading diseases to people that had no immunity. I'm not even making this shit up. It's all science. It's all science and accurate history. Now, when they go and write these books, they make themselves look like they're the conquering heroes. Like they went out all over the world and just conquered everybody because they had this amazing army full of people. And that's not what happened. They had an amazing army of germs. They were the first germ warfare. They were the first biological warfare. They were literally wiping out millions of people just from contact with them. Within a 100-year span, millions of people were dying after having contact with them. People that have been on this earth, the Aboriginals in Australia, for example, have been in Australia for 65,000 years. And they brought the smallpox over there. Nearly wiped them the fuck out. The Aztecs, the Incas, all from smallpox. Not even the blankets. That wasn't even the blankets yet. Y'all only heard about the blankets, right? No. This was just regular smallpox that they got from trading with them motherfuckers. Whole civilizations were wiped out because of their germs. Now, think about fast forward to just a few years ago. Nobody wants to talk about that. And every time I do talk about it openly, my access on this app gets taken from me. But y'all remember COVID, right? Who was the majority that died? Who was going around not wearing masks? Who didn't want to get And somebody yesterday was like, well, thank God for vaccines. And y'all don't want to take vaccines. They literally duped y'all dumbasses into not taking stuff. Y'all don't want to take them. Oh, it's got this in it. It's got that in it. You don't know what anything has in it. Y'all will willingly shoot up that goddamn Ozempic. You don't even know what the fuck's in that. Now, measles is back. Fucking whooping cough is back. All that shit's back. Rubella's back. All that shit's back. Mumps. It's back because they done rolled back these regulations because y'all didn't want to. And it wasn't y'all, it was them. And y'all followed them like y'all always do. Yep. And there was a whole article that was written after that saying that once they found out it was mostly minorities that were dying from it, they stopped wearing their masks. They found out that it was mostly us dying. And they said, oh, well, let's not wear our masks. So they knew exactly what the fuck they were doing. Because they'd done it before. Nobody ever told us this shit. Nobody ever told. This was never taught in school, was it? None of that shit about them and these germs. None of that shit was ever taught to us ever, was it? And shingles comes from chicken pox. How do they get chicken pox? Fucking chickens. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that topic after we finish with the black men. Okay? We'll get back because that's question number 1. So, back to what's going on with the black men. So, phase 2. This is post-slavery. Here's the bait that was dangled in front of black men's eyes, right? After emancipation in 1865, black men were free, mother quotes, but free to do what exactly? All you ever heard of was the smallpox on the blankets. You never knew about the rest of that shit. You never knew about the rest of it. They just made you believe these motherfuckers was explorers and they were conquering. And nah, that's not how that went. That's not how that went down at all. So what were black men free to do? Free to be what kind of man? Free. So the only model of manhood that was available in America was the white patriarchal model. Man as head of the household, man as provider, the sole breadwinner, man as authority, his word is law, man as owner of property, of legacy, and of his family's name, woman as subordinate, helper, nurturer, supporter of his vision, and children as a legacy, carrying his name and his bloodline. This was the bait. You want to be a man? This is mother in quotes. This was the bait. You want to be a man? Here's what a man looks like. A man provides. A man controls. A man's house is his castle. His wife submits. His children carry his name. His word is final. This is what freedom looks like. The ability to be the man of your house. That's what they told black men. And black men were like, yeah! Sign me up. I want to be a man. I'm sorry, I'm starving. I didn't have a chance to eat anything before I came on. So I'm going to be eating these cashews and these cranberries. Just keep my blood sugar up. So, for men who were still stripped, of all power, all authority, and all agency, for 250 years, this vision was intoxicating. Wait a minute. I get to be the king of my castle? I get to rule over my woman? I don't have to share power with her. I get to make her my slave now? Huh. Sign me up for that. So, finally, the chance to be what the system had told them they could never be, a man. By the only definition of manhood they've ever been shown. But here's the trap. Here's the trap. The system that offered this model of manhood simultaneously made it impossible for Black men to achieve it. Yeah, they lied to you about everything. So they told you can be a man and then set it up so you could never be one. Yeah, come on in, be a man. We're not going to pay you as much, though. We're not going to let you buy a house, though. We're really not going to let you rule over these women, though. So, the system that offered this model of manhood simultaneously made it impossible for Black men to achieve it. You can't be a provider when the economic system pays you less, hires you last, fires you first, redlines your neighborhood, denies your loans, and incarcerates you for profit. Can't really be a provider, right? Can't really be a protector when the police are the ones your family needs protection from, and you can be killed for protecting them. How are you going to protect your family? If the cops come up right now and fuck with your wife, what you going to do about it? Get killed in the process, right? You can't really be the authority when every institution overrides your authority. Your boss, your landlord, the court system, the school system, the medical system, the police. How are you going to be the authority when everybody has authority over you? As a man. Oh man, I'm sorry. My comments got stuck over here. Yes, shame thrives in silence. And this is why I come here to do what I do. Because we have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing. We were the victim of this bullshit. We did not perpetrate what happened to us. We were the victims. And then you know how white people use it against you. You guys are always victims. Yes, we actually are fucking victims. When have white people been victims of anything? I'll wait. I told you the only thing poor white people can do is gaslight the fuck out of us. So they come here and they'll say, oh, you guys, you're always pulling the victim card. You're always pulling the race card. Both of those things y'all created. Y'all created a bunch of fucking, don't bring that potato famine shit over here. That's not American history. That is not American history. That's not fucking American history. And they're the victims all the time of you step on their fucking toes. They're calling the police. Hello, police? Help! I feel threatened. The British stole the food. Why aren't you fighting them? Go over there and fight them. Go continue fighting them. Y'all was fighting each other before y'all came over here and saw our black asses. Then y'all wanted to be united. Y'all was fighting each other for thousands of years. Then you saw our black asses. You're like, oh, we need to band together. Take this shit from them. The only thing that united white people was black people. They always try to pull that. Well, what about indentured? You chose to be an indentured servant, ma'am, because you wanted to get your rickety ass on one of them boats and bring your ass over here. You volunteered to become a servant. Nobody kidnapped you from your fucking home and put you enslaved in chains and bred you. Ain't nobody breeding white people. Why the fuck would we breed white people? Breed them for what? What exactly are they good at? What are they bringing to the table? He always gets me out of character when he does that. Y'all can make them rib babies. Y'all can make them ribs from Adam. Them rib babies. No, boo-boo. Nobody's breeding white people. So y'all can stop trying to bring, the potato famine, indentured servants. That's some bullshit. Nobody was kidnapping you from your house and putting your ass in chains. You decided to become a slave yourself. So when Kanye was talking about slavery was a choice, that's what the fuck he was talking about. He's talking about y'all. So, what else can't you be as a black man? You can't own no property. When redlining and predatory lending and eminent domain and gentrification systematically prevents accumulation. Yeah, that's Jordy. Laughing. She's blaming the Irish for, fuck you and Irish. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the Irish. I don't care. Y'all are not the topic. Typical Negro, fine. Listen, that gaslighting shit doesn't work on me. Because the typical Negro I know is better than you. So I will be a typical Negro. Every typical Negro I know is better than you. So you can go eat your avocados somewhere else, bitch. Take your little avocado and pack it up and go on over there with the rest of your folks. Intelligence is supposed to be good. Bye. We got more intelligence than you, so you can stop that. You can stop. We already figured out who y'all are. Y'all can't keep pulling this shit on us no more because we figured out who the fuck y'all are. Y'all keep trying to gaslight us, but the more we learn about who you are, your power diminishes. Yeah! Bye. Go eat your avocados. See you later. Bye-bye. This is why I come here and do what I do. Just so I can tell everybody who white people really are. You have no power here. You have no power here. None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. None. Y'all shit don't work on us no more. That's why y'all want us to still be asleep. That's why y'all have whole stop woke campaigns, because the minute we fucking wake up and we're like, oh, it was all smoke and mirrors the whole time. It was all smoke and mirrors the whole time. And it's happening and y'all are panicking. It's happening and y'all are fucking shaking in your fucking boots. It's why you're out here talking all that shit about y'all are animals and y'all are this and y'all are that. You should see the way these motherfuckers is arguing back and forth about some welfare benefits on my IG right now. This shit is hilarious. I don't even comment. They go all day arguing about scraps from Master's table. Who gives a fuck? Y'all ain't gonna say nothing about these fucking billionaires that are running your fucking life, though. Y'all want to sit back and argue about what poor people are doing. Again, it's just another distraction. They have y'all sitting around having these circular ass, non-ending conversations about some shit. They can just put out any old numbers and lie about this and lie about that, and y'all gonna sit around and argue about it. I'm not entertaining none of that shit. I don't care who the fuck is on welfare. I don't care what color the people on welfare are. I don't care about none of that shit. If a motherfucker is hungry, give him some goddamn food. We got more than enough for everybody to have everything they need, but we got those white motherfuckers that want to hoard everything. Why don't you have a problem with the people that are hoarding? Why do you have a problem with the people that are trying to build community? Why don't you have a problem with the people that are hoarding resources from everyone else? You see how your anger is displaced? They got you hating black man. We ain't do nothing to y'all. We did not do nothing to white people. What the fuck have we done to white people? What the fuck did the Hispanic people do to white people other than to do the jobs white people are too lazy to do? What the fuck did they do to white people? Go fund them white motherfuckers. There was an Irish bitch over here a minute ago. You can go give her some money. Get the fuck out. The Hispanic people in here doing their job don't nobody else want to do. Ain't got a problem with that. But they lazy ass is still sitting around. These jobs are still empty. How come they ain't out there working? Hello? Why are these fruits and vegetables going to waste? My IG is Mama Train Wilbon. How come these fruits and vegetables are dying on the vine? Because these motherfuckers ain't out here picking them fruits and vegetables. They thought we was going to do it. No, baby, we got degrees. Why would we be out in the hot sun? We're all them Appalachian motherfuckers. How come they ain't out there picking them fruits and vegetables? They so poor. Why can't they get paid $2 an hour? That's more than what they got. What's the problem? Why they sitting at home waiting on a welfare check? Why come them Appalachian motherfuckers ain't out there working? Why come they ain't out there? Yeah, when them Hispanic people's over here, nobody had boo-boo particles in their fucking salads. When them Hispanics was picking the vegetables, wasn't nobody sick. Wasn't none of this salmonella and shit in all the bag salads and none of that shit. You know why? Because motherfuckers don't wash their hands. And now they picking our fruits and vegetables. Just nasty. You can't even know vegetables now. I got a bunch of fucking salads and shit downstairs I'm about to throw in the trash. Because I can't eat them now. So anyway, back to the topic. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fire up my thing because I hadn't put up my garden again because I just haven't had time to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it now. I'm gonna have to bring out the garden again. That's okay. I got plenty of romaine, little things, and all that shit to put. I gotta fire it up. Just ruin everything. Y'all know anything y'all touch, it turns to shit. Every goddamn time. And you try your best to make the world believe it's us. You said it's so funny that the vegetables are on recall during the World Cup. The World Cup shouldn't have been over here to begin with. It shouldn't even have been here. How You starting your garden this weekend? You gotta be careful with the size of your garden because they monitor that shit now. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know y'all have to start registering your gardens with the USDA? I'm great. How are you? Did y'all know that? If you got some land and you wanted to set up a garden, yeah, you got to register it with the USDA because they don't want you growing your own food. They only allow you a small space to grow your food. But if you want it to be bigger, you got to register it. They be having drones flying out. They be having drones flying out. He said, I'm not registering a damn thing. Y'all didn't see that man getting arrested for collecting rainwater? Y'all didn't see that man just recently that got arrested for collecting rainwater on his property? Yes, in all states. Same with rainwater. Exactly. Y'all didn't see it? No, they didn't arrest Rain Man. You can't even collect water that comes from the heavens anymore. Because what, they own the clouds? They own the clouds now too? You can't even collect from nature no more. Not for free. Y'all don't think that's weird? So anyway, what else did they offer to black men that they couldn't take advantage of? You can't pass on legacy. When the mass incarceration removes you from the house, it strips your voting rights and brands you for life. How are you going to build legacy? Hardly anything's on the news anymore. It's on the internet. Go look it up. So here is the double binds for the black man. The system says, be a patriarch. The system also says, but we'll make sure you never fully be one. Yes, that's why you have seedless fruits and things. The fruits haven't been genetically modified. You're just getting the male version of the fruits. You tested rainwater against bottled water. Guess which one didn't turn black? Which one? You're getting the male version of the fruit. Anything that's male doesn't have seeds. That's why y'all need to also recognize that everything on earth started out female. Everything. Plants, trees, fish, all of it is humans. All of it started out female. I'm not even kidding when I say humans. No, they're never going to go back to the female version of fruits because they don't want you taking the seeds and growing your own food. Is it raining? Just clearly two different laws. Both laws are ran by one, the black law, the black people in the flesh, actually the harsher version. You're welcome. So watch this. So the double bind says to a black man, and those of you that are just joining, we're asking the question why black men don't recognize that the patriarchy is a trap for them. Okay, black women are the blueprint. And that just pisses a lot of people off. It pisses a lot of people off, especially black men, which I find that fascinating. I still find that very fascinating. It wasn't a matriarch. We got to be careful by saying it was a matriarchal society. It wasn't. Our society as melanated people were matrilineal. Okay? The men and women worked together. There were kings and queens working together. That's matrilineal. So the way to think about it is it's running horizontally and not vertically. Okay. Hierarchies work from the top down. Matrilineal works side by side. So the men and the women were working together. I don't understand why it pisses them off, because they understand why they didn't get kicked out of the house or Uncle Sam. Yeah, so we got to be careful, because matriarchy is literally just the flip side of patriarchy. It's still one person at the top. She's running everything. We were never that. Yeah, we were a community. We had an elder council of women who would decide who the men were going to be, who was going to be the chief, who was going to be this, and who was going to be that. And men also got to decide. We decided based on what he's capable of doing, who he was going to be. And he was allowed to be a man. There was not this little box that you had to fit yourself into to be a man in African history, in our African manhood. Not at all. You could be who you were designed to be and live your purpose. You're not allowed to live your purpose as a patriarch. What if you're supposed to be an artist? What if you're supposed to be a poet? What if you're supposed to be a spiritual healer? What if you're supposed to be these things? Well, where's the money? How are you going to make money from that? Okay, the patriarchy is about money. And then they made it so that black men couldn't make any. They still tell them that they're supposed to rule over women, but they have no money. So how does that work? So that's the double bind. The system says be a patriarch, and then the system also says, but we'll make sure you can never fully be one. So this creates a permanent state of masculine failure by a standard that was never meant for you in the first place. Black men were never supposed to be a part of the patriarchy. It was beaten into them. It was beaten into them. Just like Christianity was beaten into us. All of these things were beaten and raped into us. Just like y'all hold on to that Christianity, you're still holding on to this patriarchy. You're holding on to and defending something that was beaten into you. If it was so great, why did it have to be forced into us? So it's created this perpetual state of masculine failure. So by a standard that was never meant for you in the first place, black men are trying to achieve a model of manhood that the system designed them to fail at. And then they're told that their failure is their own fault. You said you're getting your birth certificate out of your safe deposit to buy mother? What are you doing? So they gave black men a blueprint for a house that they were never allowed to build. Exactly. They know that because we lived in peace for thousands and thousands and thousands of years in a matrilineal society. America gave black men a blueprint for a house they were never allowed to build. Be the provider, but we won't pay you equally. Be the protector, but we'll shoot you for protecting. Be the authority, but every white institution will override you. Own property, but we'll redline your neighborhood. Then when you can't build the house, they say, see, black men can't lead. I would love for even more black men to be here. This is why I'm doing this a second night in a row. Yeah, they use them to build America, but you can't build your house. You said you thought we were going to turn a corner? Absolutely fucking not. Because again, black men are not voting for that. Men are not going to vote for that. You know why? Here's what it boils down to. Here's what it boils down to. Regardless of the color of the man, right? Regardless of the color of the man. Just like white people are afraid of black people being in leadership because they in their minds believe that black people are going to do to them what they did to us, men think that women are going to do to them what they are doing to us. Thing. That's what that is. Y'all know how y'all have behaved, and now you're thinking, oh, and this is where the hypervigilance comes in. This is where the hypervigilance comes in. You have to protect your spot because you're afraid of someone coming up behind you that's going to do to you what you've done to us. That's what karma is. Nobody likes karma. But here's what black people need to understand. We're not built like them. Black people are not sitting around waiting to be in power so we can get back at white people. We're not concerned about that. We just want them to get the fuck out of the country. We just want them to go back to wherever the fuck they came from. Go back to those caves, wherever you came from. It doesn't matter to me. As long as you get the fuck out of here. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the fuck out of here. Hi. Black people ain't worried about them getting them back or putting them in chains and none of that dastardly, nefarious white people shit. We do not care. We're not looking for revenge. We ain't got no time for that shit. We got shit to do. We got shit to do. Ain't nobody sitting back plotting on white people. We just want y'all to get out of our fucking way and leave us the fuck alone. That's it. But y'all can't even do that. That'd be too much like right. It's simple shit. I thought y'all was building them white-only towns. What happened? Y'all went out here talking all this big shit about y'all building these white-only towns. Where they at? Where the white-only towns at? Do we need to give them a GoFundMe so they can build these fucking towns? That's what it is. They're too lazy to build them. They're too lazy. Hey man, it's a small price to pay to get them all in 5 states. Give them 5 states. Just let them have them. And keep their asses in it. Put a big ass fence around it. Let them keep them diseases and shit all over there with them. So black men, they dangled this shit in front of your face and said, here, go do it. Without any money, without any authority, without the ability to protect your people. And then turn right around and said, look, black men can't lead. And then everybody's looking at the black man, but nobody's looking at the conditions and no one's looking at the systems that were put in place to make sure they were unsuccessful. Yeah, you got to be quicker than that. So they tell you what kind of man you're supposed to be and then set it up to where you can't achieve that at all. So here's phase 3. Here's the part I preach about all the time. Enter the church. enter the black church. The church sealed it. The black church, which mother's saying to me, which you've already broken down in your come through curriculum, played a critical role in installing patriarchy in black communities. Chris said the church, the circus. They played a critical role in installing the patriarchy in the black community. I have an amazing resume that no one paid attention to until I was a black woman. I don't believe that. La, 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 la. What do you mean? Until you were a black woman? I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyway. Listen. The black church installed the patriarchy in black communities. Ephesians 5:22-24 says, wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is head of the church. This is the same church that mostly black women go to. 80% of the black church is attended by black women. And this is what is preached to them. The black men that come here and claim to be Christians, y'all don't even go to church. Y'all don't even go to church. Well, Jesus is Lord. Really? How come you don't go to the church? It is some real brainwashing shit. And they say it to you every fucking week. They enforce that shit. They make sure you are looking for a God-fearing man. Yeah, that's why I get put off all the time. I got put in jail just the other day. I probably have been put in jail on this app more than anybody. My first week out the gate 4 years ago, almost 5 years ago, I got put in jail. First week. And back then, I was only teaching about food. They didn't like that either.
Oh, I got a meat in the oven.
Oh, how's it going?
It's cooking.
Okay.
I got a meat side of.
Hello? Anybody there? This verse, that particular verse, became the constitution of the black family structure in post-slavery America. You're new here, welcome. That quote right there became the constitution of the black family structure. Yeah, they do. Everybody but me. Everybody but me. So, the black church, the only institution black people fully controlled, adopted the same patriarchal theology. Ooh, that cranberry. Hold on. The black church, the only institution black people fully controlled, adopted the same patriarchal theology as the white church and applied it to black families. In lockstep with the white churches. And I told y'all in a lesson the other day about how these white pastors, how the black pastors have to answer to the white pastors. The white pastors control the black pastors. They control the message that the black pastors tell y'all. And they dangle that carrot in front of them too. If you want to be well known, if you want to grow your church, if you want to make more money, you need to teach this theology. So what's up with that God-fearing man? Y'all still couldn't tell me about who a God-fearing man was. You said I'm out. Me too. Because I asked them the other day, I asked the Christians that were in the room, what exactly is God fearing? If y'all could have heard them answers. Pathetic. It was pathetic. Pathetic. You said my man is not God fearing. God fearing is simply white fearing. A God fearing man is just a man that fears white people and white authority. That's it. So, what the black church taught black men. How you doing? What the black church taught black men. You are the head of your household, just like the white man is. Your wife must submit to you, just like the slaveholder's wife submitted to him. God ordained male leadership, the same God who was used to justify your enslavement. A real man leads and a real woman follows. And that's what I asked him, Artesia. Why should we fear him? I thought he was a loving God. Why do we have to fear him? Violence. They do. Because I asked them that, and they were like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Why are you fearing him? The only reason that you're fearing him is because he's violent. Why else would you fear him? Do y'all not understand that violence and the threat of violence is the only thing that's ever used on us? The biggest system of control is violence. They're telling you that your soul is going to burn in hell forever. You don't think that sounds violent? Yeah. You don't think that sounds violent? It sounds violent to me. You better do what I say or you're going to burn in hell. What? Just like today, old boy said, if these voting officials don't do what they say, they could face jail time. Just like today. If you don't do what we say, already starting the voting interference. If you don't do what we tell you to do to protect your elections from y'all, then you could face jail time. Everything is a threat. This is why most women do what they do when they're in relationships, because there is always a threat of violence. It's no different than you living on the plantation. Every day there was a threat of violence. Every day. You never knew where it was coming from. You never knew when it was going to happen. Right? You had to live your life under the threat of death and violence every day. How is that any different from your relationships that you're in? You got to walk on eggshells around this man's feelings, whatever they are, because he might bust you up. And he would be, listen, they would be on his side. They were on his side. They were on his side. Until 1993, this man could rape you any day he wanted, any time of the day. Until 1993, the law was passed that you as your husband cannot just be raping your wife. That was just 1993. So when you romanticize your grandma and your grandpa was raping your grandma every day. Every time he felt like it. Anytime he was bored. Because what is she going to do about it? No law was on her side. It's still the same way in Nigeria today. And that's why when people are talking about, oh, why didn't you stay in Nigeria? Because it was like going 50 years back in time. Women have no rights. Women are forced to submit to their husbands. Women can't even go out and rent a home without a man. You need to understand that it's more than one God in the Bible. I don't give a fuck how many gods are in the Bible. I don't care how many. I don't care if all the gods are in the Bible. It's still a fucking fairy tale. I don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care what is in the contents of the Bible. The Bible is just for controlling niggas. Period. My grandma's husband was 56. She was 16. You already know what it is, sir. You already know what it is. You already know what your grandma was going through. Yeah, your grandma had no choice. She couldn't get a bank account. She couldn't have a credit card. They couldn't work outside of domestic work. You already knew what it was. So y'all are going to have to stop romanticizing this shit. There was nothing romantic about your grandparents. When my grandpa passed away, I asked my grandma, are you getting married again? She was like, fuck no. So if you want to know where my potty mouth came from, like a little kid, if you want to know where my potty mouth came from, I got it from grandma. She said, fuck no. She said, I don't want to lay under a man another day in my life. And she lived an additional 25 years. Hanging out with her girlfriends, going on little bus trips and shit, playing fucking bingo. My grandma lived her best fucking life after my grandpa died. My grandma bought a desktop computer at the age of 79. You think I'm into technology? My grandma bought a fucking desktop at 79. Taught herself how to use it. We used to this is when webcams were a separate thing. She bought a webcam just so we could webcam each other because I had moved from Dayton to DC. And we would have a set time on Saturdays when we would get on the webcam and talk to each other. She was 79, going on 80. She was something else. But she held that shit down. She had 7 fucking kids. She did not want to have no 7 fucking kids. She did not. Because the last one, my Aunt Kathy, she was 41. And I was talking to her one day. She was like, do you honestly think I wanted to have a kid at 41? It was my grandma that brought me into reality, honey. She told me all the dirt was going on in West Virginia. So when people are like, oh, you don't understand what the holler... Listen, my grandparents came from Appalachia. And they were not poor like white people. Okay? You don't know about West Virginia. My grandparents came from West Virginia, baby. My grandpa was a coal miner. That's how he ended up with black lung. But they were not Appalachia poor. Appalachia poor is a whole different poor. When I say Appalachia poor, I'm strictly talking about white people. Because yes, there are black people that live in Appalachia, but they are not Appalachia poor at all. So listen, back to the lesson. What did the black church teach black men? You are the head of the household, just like the white man is. Your wife must submit to you, just like the slaveholder's wife submitted to him. God ordained male leadership. The same God who was used to justify your enslavement, by the way. And a real man leads and a real woman follows. That's what the black church said. And that's what the black church beats into you every fucking week. The irony is devastating. Because here's the ironic part of it. The same theology that was used to enslave black people, servants, obey your masters, was adopted by black people to structure their own families. Wives, submit to your husbands. The master-slave dynamic was replicated inside the black home, with the black man as master and the black woman as servant. And you want to know why my grandma never wanted to get married again? So she flat out said my grandpa had nothing to do with raising those kids. Nothing. I was like, oh, they were raising a two-family shit. He ain't had shit to do with that. I really don't think my grandma liked him at all. Honestly. And rightly so. How you gonna like somebody that rape you all the time? And he's fucking the bitch next door. Hello? My grandpa was fucking the bitch next door. I never tell y'all this story. Let me tell y'all what happened. I asked my grandma, did grandpa ever cheat on you? She was like, yes. I was like, ooh, we were in the kitchen. She was making something. We were in the kitchen. I was sitting at the table. She was making something on the table. She was like, yep. And I was like, ooh, how you find out? She was like, I caught him. I said, tell me the story, Grandma. You may as well have been talking to Sophia from the Golden Girls. Picture it. 1947, West Virginia. This man was fucking the chick next door, and my grandma found out because my grandpa always wore a hat. Because, they wear suits and hats. This dumb motherfucker was hanging the hat on the bitch's doorknob outside the house. Because you're not supposed to wear a hat inside the house. This dumb nigga was hanging his hat on the doorknob. Just dumb. But not dumb. He knows that she ain't going no goddamn where. Hello? He knew she wasn't going nowhere, because where was she going? Y'all got grandpas like that right now, if they're still alive. Where was she gonna go? That to me was just the ultimate disrespect, because where is she gonna go? What's she gonna say about it? It made me look at my grandpa a little differently. I'm gonna be honest with you. Right, what choice does she have? So my grandma starts dipping out on my grandpa. My grandma was one of those, well, two can play that game. Because my grandma was real light skinned and super cute. Small teeth, perfect teeth. We had that Indian in our family, remember? So my grandma goes out and gets her. My grandpa was dark skinned because my grandpa is from the Blackfoot clan, right? I don't know what clan my grandma came from. Still indigenous, right? So she goes out and finds her a high yellow El DeBarge looking nigga. Takes him on down to the juke joint with her because she knew my grandfather was going to be down there with his side piece on a Saturday night. And she was like, what's that guy you like that sings that song you like? That real light-skinned one with the good hair. And I was like, El DeBarge? She was like, that's what he looked like. What? Oh, I know my black ass grandfather was pissed. Grandma goes, just like the color purple. Grandma goes into the juke joint. Grandpa sees her with El DeBarge. A fight ensues. She fighting a woman. Grandpa's fighting El DeBarge. The woman pulls a knife out on my grandma. My grandma gives her a two-piece bop bop. My grandpa sees them rumbling, sees the knife, and she's like, oh shit. They make it out alive. They go home and decide they're never going to do this shit again. And that was the end of the cheating. Now, I had to go and ask my grandpa just for, see if the story was going to change up. He told me the exact same fucking thing. I said, Jesus, I need to be writing books about these escapades because y'all motherfuckers was wilding out in West Virginia. Some of the stories. What? It was The Broken, the Restless. That's what I would have named the books. The Broken, the Restless, bitch. Y'all broke out here doing all this nonsense? Sit y'all broke asses down some goddamn where? The fuck? You said my girlfriend cheating with the neighbor. Ended up marrying that neighbor, leaving my What? Y'all know damn well y'all grandpa got a whole nother family on the other side of fucking town. Well, my grandpa ended up working at the Treasury Department in D.C. That's when they relocated to D.C. That's what brought them to D.C. He started working at the Treasury Department. Plus, they probably had so much drama, they had to get the fuck out of there. Come on. They probably had so much goddamn drama, they probably got drove out of town. At gunpoint. I would not doubt it. Them stories. Because I absolutely know my Aunt Lynn is that man's kid. I promise you. She'll never admit it. I'm sure my grandma would never tell her that, but that's El DeBarge's kid. Mm-hmm. We ain't gonna talk about it though. We got situations like that in my family. We got a situation like that. My cousin married a dude she met 2 weeks later. They've been married now for almost 40 years. They met and got married 2 weeks later. She was already pregnant. With this Hispanic kids, this Hispanic guy that she broke up with, she was already pregnant when she married him. So this baby comes out in Korea, light, bright, damn near white, but looking just like my Uncle Walter. So they gonna bring this light, bright baby around us. Luckily for me, I already knew the story. Because if you would have brought that baby around me and I didn't know the story, I'd be like, bitch, please. Come on. Bitch. Stop it. Luckily, I knew the story in advance. So I was just like, oh, look how cute. Oh. And that baby was mine. I kept that baby all the fucking time. That baby was my baby. But it was not his baby. Because that nigga was dark. And so what proved it? They had a kid together and that baby was the right color for them. But this Puerto Rican girl, we all had to just dance around it. We just all had to walk around. I mean, because for all intents and purposes, he was her dad. He raised her as his own. There was never a discussion about it. We don't talk about, what's that movie, that line from that movie? We don't talk about so-and-so. We didn't talk about it. And that's how shit goes in black families. Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. We keep it quiet on the creek. We don't talk about it. Y'all know black families. We don't talk about shit. Because what's gonna happen? What's the point? What's the point of talking about it? It ain't gonna change nothing. Right? It ain't gonna change anything. She grew up happy and healthy in a 2-parent house, which was better than she would have been if they had never gotten married. That man loved her, still loves her. Still. That's his daughter. So it is what it is. Embarrassing my cousin wouldn't have solved anything. Hell, she didn't even know she was fucking pregnant. She was just 2 weeks. She just fucked the nigga that day. Goes to the bar. They break up right after that. She goes to the bar, starts drinking, and meets this nigga. She didn't even know. They got married 2 weeks later. She still didn't know. So it was up, trust me, it was up in the air until that baby came out. I'm sure she was hoping and wishing and praying that baby was dark skinned. Because it's that still. She was that very much. But been married for 40 fucking years. And here's the wild part about it. They met in Korea because they're both in the army. They met in Korea. They were both from the same place and they had been in the same 3rd grade class together and did not know each other. So when I say that they're absolute soulmates, I mean, to this day, they are still in love with each other. Yeah, and you know, the military, they are still wildly in love with each other. To this day, they both big. They was both super skinny back then, but nothing has changed for them. They are still in love, can't keep their hands off each other. None of that. They are, yep. That's what I told you. In my family, either you get married and you stay married or you don't get married at all. There's no divorcing and none of that shit. I'm just on that side that's not getting married, which I'm fine with that. But the ones that do get married, I mean, she played that role of being, you know, this is my man, he's leading the household. And my family had a big problem with that. Especially my grandma hated that shit. My grandma hated that shit. How's she gonna submit to him? And I was like, Grandma, you submitted to Grandpa. And she was like, that's because I had to. Y'all don't have to. My grandma told me to never get married. My grandma told me that. My mom never got married. So when I tell you my grandma did not enjoy being married, I mean that shit. I mean that. You said your dad told you that? It's just not, it's not worth it. There's no upside for most women. There's no upside. Unless you are this woman that have bought into all of this and you have gone into that relationship. You've gone into that relationship with that, I'm submitting, this man's going to be the head of my life and all that. But if you got to get beaten down to be that woman, there's no upside for you. I would have to be beaten down to be that woman, and I'm not willing to be beaten down to be that woman. Your mom married your dad at 8 years of dating with me in her stomach in 7 Are your parents still together? Your grandmother celebrated it with my grandpa. He unalived himself. Yeah, my grandma was there to the very last minute. He was in hospice, and trust me, I don't even remember my grandma crying. I really don't. I don't remember my grandma crying about my grandpa dying at all. Oh, I know she was probably like, yes. It is what it is, dude. But again, back then, we did not have a choice because the law made it so that women were slaves. Oh, I saw this quote today, or not a quote, but I saw this today and I need to post it. It said, I just read someone say, historically, men never provided for women. They simply restricted women from providing for themselves. Now let's think about that for a moment. That is absolute fucking facts. Because it was the law that made it so women could not provide for themselves. But shit is still toxic today because you still, even if we have these freedoms now, look at how men talk about women that exercise their freedoms. Look at how men talk about women that exercise those freedoms. Ah, she don't need a man. She independent. Hey, big money. Hey, so we cannot win at all. So if we cannot win, we need to just focus on pleasing ourselves. That's my mindset. Because I'm not going to apologize for my success. I'm not going to apologize for doing what I need to do to become who the fuck I am. Yeah, and then they accuse us of being a man. Well, look at you. You're a man. You're a man. So they're literally angry with us that we have these freedoms. And then they romanticize, well, our grandparents, and you're talking about a time when women had no choice. Trust me, men would want that time again. That's a part of that whole make America great again bullshit. They are actively trying to get women back in the house. They're taking away women's rights every fucking day. They want you barefoot and pregnant and staying your ass in that house. So times really haven't changed that much. It hasn't even been a century that women are allowed to even have credit cards or bank accounts. It hasn't even been a century. They're letting you know every day that your body does not belong to you as a woman. Again. You said, what's the reason to get married? I'm a man and open to new insight. There is no reason to get married. Because, first of all, marriage was never meant for poor people. Marriage was a contract created by the Catholic Church for rich men. Rich men were trading their daughters. Rich men were trading their daughters. If you look at any period piece, this man that owns this land or is in control of this land is making a deal with this man that is controlling this land, and they're marrying their sons and their daughters. White women were only used as currency. That's why no one has any respect for white women. That's why white women are so angry today, because they have been forced to be in these situations that they're in. So they're going to try to make the best of it and put on a brave face. Well, I love my husband. No, you don't. They love him until they find out he's on Grindr, and then it's a problem. Don't say some of these men. Most men don't like women. Most men do not like women. White men, black men, most men do not like women at all. They don't. They do not. So it would have been a lot easier for men, for white men, for white women to never have any rights. Because why does she need any fucking rights? All she is currency. All she was a business deal. When they first started out this contract, white women were literally kept in the tower waiting to be fucked, because her only job was having a son for him to pass his fortune to. That's it. That's their whole entire fucking purpose on a TikTok shop. That was their entire fucking purpose. So niggas, well, when I say niggas, I mean poor white niggas and poor black niggas. So niggas decided they want to get married too, because the rich folks was doing it. Marriage was not meant for anybody that was not passing down inheritance. Y'all don't have nothing to pass down, so what is the point of you getting married? In a matrilineal society, no one was getting married. Not the European way of getting married. They would have ceremonies where they have chosen each other, and the community understands that these two people are together until they're not. There was no state and no church involved in your fucking personal fucking business. Because anytime that man wanted to break up or she wanted to break up, guess what? It didn't impact the kids, because the kids were raised by the village. There was no custody. There was no going in front of a judge and paying your way out of this thing and paying her child support. And there was none of that. If y'all no longer want to be together, that's fine. Because the power and the lineage follows the woman anyway. The baby has the mother's name. The baby inherits the mother's land because she was the landowner, not him. The power followed the belly. We didn't have none of this bullshit. All this is European drama that we have been inserted into. That none of this has anything to do with us. So when the foundational black niggas come in here talking all that shit, well, we're foundational black Americans. Are you going to be matrilineal? What do you mean? What do you mean? Y'all want to be indigenous so bad, but you don't want to do indigenous things. If you're FB, how come you didn't know who you were before the ships? Hello? If you're supposed to be FB, how come you didn't know who you were before you were colonized? You've only been colonized since 1492. We had whole thousands of years on this land. How come you didn't know that? Yeah, women were forced to be married. Women don't. Why would they want to be married? If a woman is self-sufficient, why does she want to be married? Right, we weren't having no kids in no hospitals to be risking their lives. We had doulas and midwives. Women have been giving birth since the dawn of fucking time. Why the fuck y'all not having babies at the house? Why y'all not having babies at the house? Why y'all spending $150,000 and putting your child's life at risk and your life at risk going to a white person's hospital? Yeah, marriage is European culture. That is not our culture. Right. Then you got to leave your placenta there. They're getting millions of dollars off your fucking placenta. We have been trapped, my friend. We've all been trapped in European bullshit. I'm trying to get y'all out of the matrix one day at a fucking time. I'm trying my goddamn best. You better hope my heart fucking holds up. I'm trying to get y'all out before my heart is like, that's it, bitch, we're done. And then I'm going to be a fucking fantastic motherfucking ancestor, bitch. What you mean? Girl, I'm looking forward to it. Mm-hmm. I'm not afraid at all. I can't wait to be a motherfucking ancestor. Ooh. 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 Y'all better be calling on me. Y'all better be calling my name. I'm going to help you out, bitch. I'm going to help you out. What you need? What you need, sis? Let me tell y'all. Let me think. What should y'all put on y'all altar for me? A lace front wig, nails. Listen, I'm going to move mountains. Excuse me. I got to help my girl out. Back up. Nah. Wig, nails. I'm telling y'all right now. I can't wait to be an ancestor. I'm gonna rock that shit. Oh. Yes, a microphone would be good. Oh yeah, microphone. And a moo-moo. How big is your altar gonna be? You gonna put a moo-moo on there too? Yes, body wave is awesome. A microphone. Oh, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't going nowhere for a while. That's another thing in my family. You either die young or you die old. I've already crossed over the threshold of the die young shit. I'm gonna be here. That's why I need to go get my ass on that treadmill. That's why I need to keep my ass on that treadmill, keep eating according to my blood type. That's all I can do. Yes, an Adidas wardrobe. That's all I can do. So listen, back to the lesson. So the same theology that they used to enslave Black people, servants obey your masters, was adopted by Black people through your pastor. My mother died at 41. And my brother died at 28. My other brother died at 30. So it was your pastor that told black men they were supposed to be the head of your life as a black woman. Your pastor did that. So the slaveholder used Ephesians 6 and 5 to keep black men in chains. Servants, obey your masters. And then the black church turned around and used Ephesians 5 and 22 to keep black women in submission. Wives, submit to your husbands. Same book, same theology, same structure. The only thing that changed was who was at the top and who was on the bottom. And the hierarchy itself was never questioned. It was just rearranged. That's your church. Your church did that. So the black man was the slave of the white man, and then the black woman was made the slave of the black man. That's what we're talking about, William. We're talking about how patriarchy was a trap for the black man and not something that was made for him. That's what we're talking about. All of this is European bullshit. That we've been forced to live white lives in black bodies. Or a matrilineal society, the school of slave. We worked together. We were in our societies before these ricket-filled boats came over here. We worked together. Okay. We had an elder, we had a council of elder women, right? Because the women owned the land. They had the lineage. They farmed and did the agriculture and all that shit. So the women had the wealth, right? But the women selected who was going to be the chief of the clan, who was going to be the protectors of the clan. It wasn't, you got a dick, you're the leader. That's not how it ever was in our society. Okay? We held each other accountable. We watched each other's backs. We were partners. There is no partnership in a patriarchy. There is no partnership in a hierarchy. But we had that before they got here. And that is what we need to get back to. Fuck them Europeans. How are we going to let somebody come to our country and we got to assimilate to them? The fuck? Make that make sense for me. Because I'm going to tell you, they were definitely emboldened when they came here and saw women in leadership. I'm pretty sure they went back to the boats like, we're about to take all this shit. We're about to take all this shit. It's a wrap. So do you think blacks were already here? Think. We were here for 23,000 years before white people came here. Do y'all not know anything about history? Here's an example. How is contact with them going to nearly wipe out all of the indigenous that were already here? How can that statement even be true if no one was here? Why did Christopher Columbus need a translator when he came here? Why do you need a translator if no one's here? Hello? Who was he talking to? Jesus? I think the Siberian Indians were indigenous to this country. Exactly. They were made to believe that the Siberians were indigenous to this country. But that's not true. Even, listen to this. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. I just stumbled upon this yesterday. I just stumbled upon this yesterday. Some of y'all will remember who this man is. I remember him. Let's see if it's playing in my glasses. Hold on, I gotta turn my glasses off. Watch this. Listen to this. God damn it, where's the sound? Oh, I know. Sorry.
Who's the white guy who thinks he's a Native American? Listen, you dummy, you're a Siberian squatter who crossed the land bridge when the frost was low. The real Native Americans are black people. $5 Indian, you paid $5 to steal an egg. You're a fake, you hockey fuck. You got black Americans wearing dashikis now. You look like a Chinese export. Those things are made in Wuhan. Get out from Africa. You never even been there. You're indigenous to America.
Did y'all hear what he said? Did y'all hear what he said? I'll play it again. Where's the white guy that thinks he's a Native American? You're a Siberian squatter who came across the land bridge when the ice was low. This is Don Rickles. He said now they got black people wearing dashikis. Why are you wearing dashikis? You're not African. You've never even been there. You're indigenous to this land. This was back in the fucking 70s. He said you're a $5 Indian. You paid $5 and got a name. That was a white man in the 70s, Don Rickles. Hello? And when somebody was like, oh, it was the ice bridge. How the fuck do you walk across the ice bridge? It was the land bridge because the ice that had kept them over there had melted and formed a land bridge, meaning there was still ice on either side, but there was a sliver of land that they used to cross from there to here. But we were already here. And the reason that y'all believe that these Native Americans are Native Americans, every single picture that you guys have seen was a setup. Every picture you've ever seen of Native Americans were taken by one man. One man. One. And he was hired by J.P. Morgan for the Smithsonian Institute. They're all staged, all of them. So ask yourselves why they would go through all of this trouble to make us all believe we're from Africa. Why would they go through all this trouble to make us believe that we are from Africa? Yeah, I know. I know who's behind textbooks. The greatest mindfuck of all time. Well, here's why. Because we would want our land back. So if you don't know what the doctrine of discovery is, the doctrine of discovery are 3 papal bulls. Okay, 3 papal bulls that the Pope Nicholas wrote 2 of them. The first 2. The papal bulls allowed the Christian nations, which at that time was Portugal, was the first one, and then eventually Spain was the second one, allowed them to go to any non-Christian nation, rape, pillage, enslave the people, steal all their riches, and steal all their land. It essentially said whoever's there doesn't matter. They're not human. That's what the Pope said. You're Christian Pope. So these motherfuckers were set out. Portugal came first. Christopher Columbus, that was in 1452. So he gave them the permission to go out and discover shit. That's why you always hear the word discover. Christopher Columbus discovered. How the fuck do you discover your neighbor's house with your neighbor living there? Right? So here they come over here. So Christopher Columbus goes back after seeing us. And here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. He goes back after seeing us and says to the Pope, hold up. Because I know in the first doctrine you said we're to seek out the Saracens. The Saracens were the Moors who are black. So the Pope said, you are to seek out the Saracens and the pagans and anyone who is an enemy of Christ, right? Gave them all of the west coast of Africa to go and rape and pillage and steal from, right? So then Christopher Columbus stumbles into America. He didn't set out to come here. He stumbled into it. Lost at sea. Drunk. Stinking. We're on a shore like, who the fuck is that? Driving all drunk. Who is that? Does anybody know him? He's driving a boat drunk. But of course, our nice asses are like, come on in, have a meal. We're having a cookout. You're invited. Come on in. We're going to show them around. This is us. This is what we do. This is us. This is us. Yeah, the women run everything. Da, da, da. The women run everything, you say. That's good to know. So this nigga writing all in his journal, he done ran into these copper-colored people and what, boop, boop, right? Sails his ass back to the crib and it's like, Pope, you are not going to believe this shit. I just found a bunch of Saracens. Pope like, what you mean? I thought the black folks were just over in Africa. I mean, we pretty much ran the Moors up out of here. So what you mean you done found a bunch of them in this new land? Yes. The Pope like, how is that possible? Now, mind you, in the papal bulls, the only people that were given sovereignty, the only people that were pretty much given a pass were the Native Americans. Because they were just as white as them. So they gave, in the papal bulls, they made provision for the natives. So Christopher Columbus is thinking that this place is just full of natives until they run across our black asses. You said, I love your telling of history. Until they see these Afro-Indigenous people. Not them light-skinned, long-haired motherfuckers. But our shit's growing upwards, not down. So he rides back to the crib and tells the Pope, hold up. That place is not just full of these light-skinned Siberian motherfuckers. There's niggas there. So the Pope like, what? There's niggas there too? Pope, listen, I'm going to need you to make a whole nother papal bull. The second papal bull was what? Incantera? Intercantera. That's what it's called. The first one is Dum Diversis. The second one was Intercantera. So Pope goes back to work. Pope Nicholas. Stamp. Here, take this on the road with you. This will allow you to now go to that country and enslave all the niggas. But don't fuck with the Siberians, because the Siberians have sovereignty. So now, any dark-skinned, because you know we were mixing with the Siberians, right? So now any sort of questionable, darker-skinned person here was now falling under the classification of nigga. Black, Negro, whatever the fuck they wanted to call us, darky, colored, it doesn't matter. Okay? This is when they started the erasure of the Afro-Indigenous, because they erased us on paper. So even people who were Siberians, right? They were selling for $5. That's where you get the $5 Indian shit from. They were signing people up to be Indians. That's why y'all see all these white motherfuckers going around saying, I'm Cherokee, I'm Iroquois, I'm this, I'm that. Destiny swap. Yup. So now all of the indigenous, the dark-skinned indigenous, the dark-skinned mulattoes, anybody with copper color skin was now under the racial hierarchy that they created. And we were all thrown into African. This is where the whole African thing came from, because they brought in some Africans, but it was never to the point that they lied to us and said. It was never 12 million Africans brought here. Never. The total amount of Africans brought to America during the slave trade was 338,000 Africans. We were always told that millions of Africans were brought here. Didn't you just think there were these armadas of boats, just boats all in the ocean, just going across the Atlantic? Didn't that what your imagination told you? Where the boats at? No, the Siberians were never enslaved because they were put on reservations. They were never enslaved because they were put on reservations, remember, because they had sovereign rights. That's why whenever a Siberian comes here and is like, yeah, we're the original. No, what have they contributed to America? They've been behind fences the entire time. You said if we was Africans, then we should at least be speaking one African language. But let me explain something to you about Africans. I don't care how enslaved an African is, an African knows exactly where they're from. Africans don't even call each other Africans. They call themselves Nigerian or Ghanaian or Kenyan or Congolese. They do not call themselves Africans. They know exactly where they are from. Those enslaved Africans to this day know exactly what village they came out of. Africans don't call themselves Africans. So why were we called African Americans? That's how you know it's a lie. Because Africans do not call themselves Africans. They know who and what they are. Okay? That's what happened. Right. You don't call yourself no African. You tell us exactly what country you come from. Because when I was over there, they said, oh, well, where are you from? I said, I'm from America, but I don't know what village I came from. I don't know what village I came from. They made sure we don't know what village we came from. These motherfuckers keep impeccable records about everything pertaining to black people except that. These motherfuckers document everything, but we don't know where these boats are. Jesse Jackson did that shit. That's why when he died, I was like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, well, share my life. I know I should have a wider audience. I know. But they won't let me. Yeah, because we're from here. Can't you trace your own genealogy? I know that I am from America. That's all that I give a fuck about. I don't need to know a specific tribe or any of that shit. For what? What's the purpose? So you can go around labeling yourself as something else? I know who the fuck I am. I'm not sending in to no fake ass DNA company so they can collect my fucking DNA. I know exactly who the fuck I am. I have generations of indigenous pictures of my family. I know exactly who the fuck I am. I don't need all that. Right. Because they're just going to lie to you and tell you you're from Africa. That was the whole fucking setup. Because white people aren't doing DNA tests. Who the fuck was doing a DNA test? I'm trying my best, Expressive Sky. I'm trying my best. Why white people were not doing no DNA tests? They were satisfied with just being white. So who you think was sending in their DNA for them to build all of these surveillance data centers and shit? Who do you think supplied them with that? We did, because we always giving our shit away for fucking free. As soon as that shit came out, it was like, yeah, I'm doing it. I was like, my sister did it. You were like, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I was like, what the fuck am I doing that shit for? I'm not giving these motherfuckers my DNA voluntarily. Are you crazy? Now look at it. They got every nigga in the fucking country done gave their DNA to these motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. Yep. You gave them all the tools they need to make something to work against us. Every fucking time. You said these plasma centers aren't set up for no reason. No, they're set up for longevity clinics. Do you not? I wrote a whole book about it. I wrote a whole book about all of this. I have several books. The book that tells you everything about how they're using our stem cells and our melanin and who's got patents on our, there are 54 patents on our melanin. And not one nigga holds that patent. The name of that book is called Extraction, The Monetization of the Black Body. All of my books are on Amazon. All of them. These are the first, this was the first book I wrote, called The Hidden Cost of Being Black in America. The second book, hold on, because they're heavy. Both Sides of the Whip, Volume 1. They're on Amazon. Just search Mama Trey Wilbon. Hold on. Both Sides of the Whip, Volume 2. This is 800 pages of accurate history. Then there is Extraction, The Monetization of the Black Body. And then there is Off the Chain, which is just about white people. I look just like Clarence Thomas. Your mother. Your mother looks like Clarence Thomas. Bitch. Just go to Amazon and search Mama Trey Wilbon. I'm going to get in trouble for that, for saying that. But that's where you can find it. That motherfucker said I look like Clarence Thomas. Lips and all. You don't have any lips. That's why you're mad. Y'all lips look like this. Your lips are on the inside of your mouth. You got Muppet mouth. That's what y'all look like when y'all talk. One of the Muppets. Talk about my lips. At least I have them. And I didn't have to pay anybody for them. So, there's that. Yes, remember Fire Marshal Bill? Y'all kill me with these lame ass. Y'all still ain't. Y'all had centuries to come up with new fucking jokes for black people, but y'all too goddamn lazy. Y'all have had centuries to come up with something other than nigger, and y'all haven't been able to do it. Why y'all so goddamn historically lazy? Historically lazy. Oh, look at them chimping out. Still using the monkey trope. Lazy. Y'all are not creative at all. All you do is steal, steal, steal. Do you know how many names we have for these motherfuckers? I can make up names for them in my sleep. My absolute favorite is Cave Dweller, though. I fucking love Cave Dweller because it's so accurate. That's what it is. She said they lack creativity because their penile gland is calcified. That's very accurate. So listen, the black man was the slave of the white man, and the black woman was made the slave of the black man, and that system created the slavery. And the system that created the slavery got to sit back and watch its victims replicate its structure voluntarily in their own homes, in their own churches, and on their own time. That's not freedom. That's the matrix running inside the people it imprisoned. Chasing after white folks. Doing what white folks do. Trying to live up to the white European, and it ain't even live up. It's literally live down. We have put ourselves in a situation where we got to live down to European standards. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. What's up, dude? Oh, two of you. Hi. What's up? Okay. Where have you been? Where have you been all this time? You smell like outside. You been outside? You look like you're running from the police. Goodness. That's your nails. Move this up so they can get a good gander at you. You been outside? Oh, man. Okay, bye. Fatsy! Oh, it looks like it's about to rain on your head, Fatsy. Oh, it's about to rain up in this motherfucker. Uh-oh, there's Linka. Hi, come here. They never get to see you, buddy. Oh, Fats, don't be so rude. Did y'all see him push Linka off? Fats, let Linka come up here sometime. Stop pushing me all over the room. Get off of me. Move. Let Linka get some time. Come here, Link. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Right. Come here.
I remember seeing that on the internet, actually.
Thank you. I was having a time trying to scoop myself over here. Y'all had to see Linka later when Fats ain't around because he's an asshole. I told you he was Kunta Kinte. Move, bitch. Get out the way. So, part number 3. Part number 3. Y'all ready for part number 3? Oh, he's looking out the window. He growls at this white man. Oh, that's a white woman. Same difference. Some white lady. Y'all ready for part number 3? Part number 3 says, why black men resist matrilineal thinking, the 7 fears. Where my brothers at? Come on, fellas. I need y'all to chime in because it's about to get thick in here. Okay? We need more brothers on the live. We need more brothers on the live. And if they can catch it at the beginning of me saying this shit, then they won't come in here with hurt feelings, because yesterday niggas was coming in the middle of the conversation like, bitch, what the fuck you talking about? Well, I was like, whoa, wait. I come in peace, my friend. I come in peace. I'm on your side. So this is why black men don't want to hear no shit about no matrilineal society. Okay? The main reason is y'all have not differentiated between matriarchy and matrilineal. Okay? Most people think when I say matrilineal, it's matriarchy. It's not the same. Okay? So in their minds, they're like, bitch, so now you trying to be on top and you want us on the bottom of the... That is a very valid response to that. Okay? That is a very valid reaction if you really think about it. Right? But matrilineal is not that. Matrilineal means we are partners, my friend. We are working together for the greater good of our community. So, now, the direct question that you ask, this is what Mother's saying. The direct question that you ask, why are they afraid of a matrilineal society? Welcome back. We talking about the same shit again today. They needed me to run it back. Why are they afraid of a matrilineal society? Why do they resist? Why do they fight for the patriarchy? Right? So, this is the deepest part of our whole conversation. Fear number 1, the emasculation wound. We had to run it back. The emasculation wound. And this is the deepest wound of all of the wounds that black men have suffered from. Because this is the one that drives everything. Okay? Black men in America carry a 400-year emasculation wound. The systematic destruction of their manhood under slavery. That wound has never been healed. It has never been publicly acknowledged. It has never been therapeutically addressed at scale. You're at work, but you're listening. Got your headphones on. You can't listen to stuff without your headphones on from me. And don't put me on speakerphone. That patriarchy is their original system. That's why they don't help to dismantle. They're never going to dismantle the patriarchy. Why would you dismantle something that you directly benefit from? This is why I'm trying to get black men to dismantle it in their own lives, because they do not benefit from it in the least. If y'all benefited from the patriarchy, I would say, go ahead and do your thing, brother. Go ahead and do your thing. But you literally are getting harmed by it every day. So whether they dismantle it or not, we need to divest ourselves from it. So the wound is you are not a real man. You have never been a real man. You can't protect, you can't provide, you can't lead. You are less than the white man. Imagine that tape playing in your head as a black man. Imagine it every day. Well, let me tell you who really instilled it in you. It was instilled every single Sunday by the church. Hi. Every week y'all go to church, this is what they're preaching to you. That you're the head of the household, that you are above your woman, and that the woman needs to submit. They installed it on the plantation, but every week it is reinforced at your church. You got to say, TikTok shop. Told you. $10. So that's what's going on in a black man's head today. The patriarchy offers a salve for the wound, not healing, a salve. It says, if your woman submits to you, you are a man. So why are they making it our problem? Hello? So it depends on us to submit for the man to feel like a man? And they're telling the man that if you can get your woman to submit to you, then you'll be a man. You hear how that sounds? Because that's what they're telling them. That's what they're telling them. Islam is doing the same thing. Why do you think women can't walk around without being covered up? Why do you think they fucking boys? Did y'all not know that that's a part of what they be doing in Afghanistan and Palestine, not Palestine, Afghanistan and all those other stand places? Because women are not allowed to be out here dancing in front of men and all that shit. Yeah, go look it up. It's right here on TikTok. Women are for reproduction, boys are for fun, is their motto. Y'all don't think that this religion shit is sick yet? Y'all don't think so? Y'all don't think so? All of this is religion. Every fucking war that's been fought has been religious in nature. Because one person thinks that their God is greater than the other person's God. And they're all made up gods. Everything's made up. It's all a figment of your imagination. And they want to murder people for it. Y'all don't see how sick that is? Nobody has ever seen any of these gods that y'all are fighting for. Nobody. Nobody on this plane of existence has seen any of these people. But we are at war right now with a Muslim country. Now, let's take this all the way back to its roots. It comes from the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery literally says that Christian nations have the right to invade a non-Christian nation. So we have America actively, and now the schmooze in Isn't Real are actively invading Muslim countries. What I don't understand about war is men are bombing innocent people and children. Exactly. So what you are still witnessing today is still the same doctrine of discovery. You're witnessing genocide because white people are willing to commit genocide where nobody else is willing to commit genocide. That's why they get away with the shit that they get away with. Because nobody, and that's question number one. If I would have read question number one first, then you would know who we're dealing with. But we're going to get to that question in a minute. Okay? But they are willing to play out the doctrine of discovery. And so you ask, well, how come no other nations are stopping them? Because everybody knows about the doctrine of discovery. Everybody knows. That's why no other country does anything about it. And all those countries know it's just a matter of time before the U.S. comes to them. So they try to make all these buttering the schmooze and America up, trying to keep them from attacking. That's what the G7 meetings be about. That's what the fucking NATO is about. That's what all that shit is about. because the doctrine of discovery is still in play 571 years later. The whole mortgage industry in America is based on the doctrine of discovery. Your house deed is based on the doctrine of discovery. Because the government at any time can come and take your shit and not have to explain anything to you. And there's nothing you can do about it. So, the patriarchy says to the black man, if your woman submits to you, then you are a man. They say if you can control your household, then you are powerful. If she defers to you, you are the authority. You may not be able to control the system, the economy, the police, or the government, but you can control this. You can control your home. So they made you believe that the only thing you should try to control as a black man is your home. You can get them from the big A. Just go over there and search Mama Trey books. Yes, the great mother is speaking. Mother has arrived. They told the black man, as long as you control your home, you're a man. So, home became the last domain of power. The one place where the emasculation wound can be temporarily numbed by performing authority over someone who will allow it. Control your woman. That's the only power black men were ever given. That instantly turned black men against their sisters. Because you have made it contingent on breaking us down that this man becomes a man. How fucked up is that? How fucked up is that? You can't be a man until you break your woman. Y'all say y'all love us, but you will not fight for us as a collective. Y'all always say, oh, I love black women, but you're not going to fight for a strange black woman that you're not fucking on the street. Hello? You'll be like, she need to get her a man to protect her. Really? You're a man. But again, you're not a man unless you got a woman under you. That completely goes against our indigenous history. Right. Y'all be the first one to say you need you a man so he can protect you from other men. Who's protecting you from other men? Hello, black man. Who's protecting you from other men? That's why y'all be out buying guns and shit. Because you need protection from other men. You don't need protection from women. Women aren't breaking you in your house. Women aren't beating you over the head. It's other men. I'm not saying don't have a gun. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying, why do you have one? Because of the threat of violence from another man. Y'all are afraid of each other. And then you look at us like, why are you afraid of me? You're afraid of men too. Hello? Y'all are afraid of men too. You are. Rightly so. Because black men were getting fucked on the plantation just like us. Yeah, ain't no cat burglars breaking in your house. No women in cat suits breaking in your house, stealing your shit. You know, cat woman coming to your house. It's not happening. You're afraid. You said they wish. Exactly. The Halle Berry version, mind you. It's not happening, bro. So again, y'all are afraid of men too. Because men are fucking scary. Then y'all always like, y'all afraid of men. Yes. Rightly so. Because women did not rape us. Women did not rape you. And you wonder why we choose the fucking bear. Half of you men would choose the bear too. Y'all would choose the bear too, boo-boo. And rightly so. So, and when someone suggests to you matrilineal, you're like, I'm not doing that. I'm not letting no woman be the authority over me. Because what did Paul say in your good book? That book that y'all use to defend your patriarchy? That book that y'all use to defend your abuse of women? What did Paul say in that book? That no woman shall have authority over a man. Paul with his drunk lying ass. Paul, this nigga, used to be Saul. Then changed his name to Paul. I don't trust nobody to change their name. Who are you running from? Hey, we're looking for a guy named Saul. I don't know anybody named Paul. I mean, I don't know Saul. I don't know him. My name Paul. So. Yeah, Paul was some shit. And then he had the nerve to write several of the books in the Bible. This nigga completely took all the women leadership out the book. He was a woman hater. Because he liked the fellas. Mm-hmm. He's the one that took all, yes. He's the one that took all the women leadership and prophetess and all those women out of the book. And then said, ain't no woman had no authority over me. Okay. Sassy. That's fine. Do your thing. Come on out the closet, Paul. Come on out the closet. Come on out the closet, Miss Lindsay. Miss Lindsey Graham. Come on out. So, when we suggest to men, hey, why don't we try matrilineal? They're like, I ain't letting no woman be over me. Da 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 da. No. So when someone suggests matrilineal, the man hears, we're taking the last thing you have, the last piece where you feel like a man. We're removing the only domain where your authority is recognized. You shouldn't be okay with that. You shouldn't be okay with that as a man. You shouldn't. Because it's literally just the same thing that you're already under, but now it's just the woman on top. I don't even want to be in that type of society. I don't want to do. I don't want to live. I don't want to do that. I can work with you though. We can figure this shit out. So that's not what matrilineal means, but that's what the wound hears. When you are wounded, when you are hurt, you're going to hear with your hurt ears. Everything is going to seem like a threat because someone's coming to take something from you. Right? So the emasculation wound is so deep that any suggestion of shared power, of matrilineal partnership, of feminine authority, of women leading sounds like another theft. They do not want to hear that. We have to admit, listen, every brother can sit here and say, oh, I'm not wounded, I'm good. You're lying. You're lying not to just us, but you're lying to yourself. Every last black person that is in this country and a descendant of anybody that was from this country has the same fucking wounds. We all have the same fucking wounds. We were all terrorized. We were all physically abused. We were all beaten. We were all brainwashed. We were all programmed. All of us. You did not escape that. Okay? You can lie to me all day, but please don't lie to yourself. Okay? And what we need to stop doing is being ashamed of what happened to us. It happened to us. And do not allow motherfucking white people to gaslight you. You guys are always the victim. No, we are validly the fucking victim, bitch. Why are y'all always trying to be the victim? That's what y'all need to start asking them. Why are y'all always the victim? Why y'all always got the police on speed dial? Like somebody's victimizing y'all. Ain't nobody victimizing no white people. But what they do by saying to us, oh, you guys are always the victim. You're always playing the race card. No. They're trying to get you to live in silence and shame. And I'm going to let them motherfucking savages know every goddamn time what the fuck they did to us, you nasty bitch. Well, I didn't do it. I know slaves. It's in your nervous system now. Just like our trauma is handed down from generation to generation, that hate is handed down from generation to generation. You are your fucking ancestors, you dirty bitch. Yeah, they love that shit. They love it. Well, what about the Irish? Fuck them. I don't give a fuck about them. You know who the Irish turned into? The police. I'm not even making this shit up. When the Irish came here, and when slavery ended, the Irish became the police. So yeah, fuck them. So here we go. Fear number 2. Fear number 2. Oh, I didn't finish this one. So when a black man hears about this matrilineal, this shared power thing, he immediately gets on the defensive. No. Right? Another piece of manhood taken away. He can't hear, let's share power, because his nervous system hears, we're taking the last thing you have. The wound has to be healed before this conversation can be heard. And nobody is healing it. The church isn't healing it. The streets aren't healing it. The culture isn't healing it. So the wound just keeps running the show. I'm trying my best to help you heal it. Fear number 2, equating matrilineal with emasculation. So watch this. Most black men have never been taught that matrilineal society, what matrilineal societies actually look like. They've been taught the caricature. So what they think matrilineal means, how can we start to heal it? We got to talk about it. This is how we start to heal it. If you can't heal anything you don't talk about. You can't heal anything that you don't name. You cannot heal a thing that you can't name. That's why telling people to fucking, oh, just pray. You're sick? Pray. For what? What am I praying about? I don't even know what the fuck's wrong with me. You got to take your ass to the doctor and figure out what the fuck it is you're trying to heal up. You don't even know what the fuck you're trying to heal up. You just feel bad. Right? So we got to talk about the fucking wound because everybody glosses over the fucking wound. Nobody ever wants to say that black men were being raped. Because even if you say to an ex-convict that they be raping men in prison, no, they don't. Nigga, they do. And that is not your fault if it happened to you, sir. Nobody said you asked for it. Nobody said you wanted it. Nobody said you didn't fight against it. It happened. But again, white folks have trained you not to talk about these things. You're just supposed to go around and be angry. And then women are like, well, what's wrong? Is there something wrong you want to talk about? No. Okay. So we have to get to the point where we are okay talking about what happened to us. And fuck whatever the fuck white people are talking about. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck what they say. I don't give a fuck what they think. Because they're going to think you're a chimped out nigga anyway. So why do we care? So they think black men, when they hear matrilineal, they think women rule and men are powerless. That men are subordinate to women. That men have no role, no purpose, no authority. And that women make the decisions and that men just follow. And it's the woman wearing the pants. That's what y'all literally think matrilineal is. And that's why I ask all these FBAs, these people, oh, I'm FBA. What do you know about who we were before we were colonized? Because this is who we were before we were colonized. I'm about to tell you. What matrilineal actually is descent, inheritance, and identity flow through the mother's line. All of this who's the pappy shit doesn't matter. Nobody gets hung up on who's the pappy because the mother had the baby out of her cooch. We know who that baby belongs to. There's no Maury Povich. Nobody has to go and take a fucking DNA test because it came out of that woman's cooch. We saw it. The complete opposite of European bullshit. Men are still warriors, builders, leaders, protectors, providers, but within a framework where women hold structural authority. The community is organized around the mother, not the individual man. Men's roles are defined by contribution, not control. The queen mother and the king rule together. Complementary, not hierarchical. A man's status comes from what he builds, not what he dominates. In the Akan system, the king, Ohene, holds the power, but the queen mother, Ohima, selects and can remove him. This is not emasculation. That's accountability. And black men have gotten to the point where they cannot handle accountability. That's why a lot of y'all start dating white women, because white women are not going to hold you accountable for anything. That's the Israelite argument. I know. Y'all have gotten to the point where you're just like the white man. You don't want no black woman. You don't want no woman questioning you or holding you accountable for your bullshit. And that is not our history at all. Nope. The minute accountability comes into the conversation, black men are, sir, you did it. I caught you with your pee-pee in that woman's cooch. I saw you. I saw you. I witnessed it. No, sir, stop it. So we hold motherfuckers accountable. And this is the problem that a lot of y'all have with us. Black women are too masculine. Black women are too bossy. Black women talk too much. Black women need to just play their role. Black women like blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it wasn't me. You didn't see me. It wasn't me. This is what's built into us. Isn't matrilineal women ruled by way of their father, who in turn was granted authority by the mother? No. If you maybe you weren't here. Fathers do not have authority over children in a matrilineal society. Right. We're too vocal. We're too angry. In a matrilineal society, because a lot of y'all just got here, let me. You said the sisters from New York are aggressive because they have to be. Look at how dangerous men are. Look at how dangerous men are. Y'all protect yourselves from other men. Why are you surprised that women do too? Y'all carry guns to protect you from other men. But then you're mad that we aren't under the covering of a man. So we have to protect ourselves. And then you're mad at that? Hello? Y'all forget that y'all are afraid of men too. I'm going to keep reminding you of that shit. I'm going to keep reminding you of that shit. If a man is afraid of another man, why wouldn't women be afraid of a man? So again, in a matrilineal society, it's actually uncles that have authority over the children. And I know that may sound weird to y'all, but listen, hear me out. If the woman has the children and the lineage follows the mother, and this man could come and go at any time, guess who's always by his sister's side? Her fucking brother. How many of y'all's brothers aren't by your side as a woman? I'll wait. Now, my brother's an asshole, but if I need him, he'll be here. Okay? So that means your kids are always going to have a stable man in the picture. Whether that woman and man don't get along anymore, they're not together anymore, guess who's there? That uncle is always there. That's why in our matrilineal society, uncles are very important. Okay? The father and their child have to establish their own relationship, but it's not for the father to own that child. That child belongs to that mother. So if they can form a relationship, great. But if that child don't want to form a relationship, that nigga just ass out. He got uncles. I think that makes so much fucking sense because Jordan had my two brothers when he was young. We never had, this is why Travis was not a conversation to be had, because he wasn't missed. He wasn't missed because there were males there. Now, let's look at our society today. You don't have that anymore. You barely have that shit because of these motherfucking Europeans. Europeans' mindsets are, we are out here on our own. We are going to fight tooth and nail for this one individual family. Fuck everybody else. Fuck the community. White people don't have community. Have y'all not figured that shit out yet? White people don't have community? They don't even know the fucking word community. They are all out for themselves. That's why they don't have a problem with billionaires and shit. Because they all want to be a fucking billionaire. That's why there's no pressure in the white community to do for community. Because there is no community. Why are black people pressured to give back to the community? You'll never hear white people say, oh, this white man needs to give back to the community. When have you ever said, ever in your life, heard anybody talking about white people giving back to the community? When? Never. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. Yeah, we do. No, you don't. You don't. I know that you're married to a black woman, Ronald, but you're still a white man, sir. So you don't get a pass with me. You don't get a pass with me. You're still a white man. I need to do that. Look at that cute little dog. Glad Fats isn't over here. He'd be tearing this shit up. Where's going that little dog? You and your little dog too. Where y'all going? You said I do what? I do what? You have community? If you have community, it's because of that black wife of yours. If you do, it's because we welcome everybody. That's our problem. We're bringing everybody to the fucking cookout. Oh, you get an invitation. You get it. Come on in. Let's all have a good time. Sharing our black joy with motherfuckers that are joyless. No. I'm not giving my joy to miserable motherfuckers. Absolutely fucking not. We are too goddamn friendly for our own fucking good. We are the most inclusive motherfuckers in the fucking world, and we get fucked by everybody. You know what it is? Low self-esteem. I'm not even lying. I'm gonna ask Mother this so she can put it in a technical way. Listen, first of all, our melanin that's in our brain called neuromelanin makes us have more dopamine in our brains than anybody else, right? The more melanin you have, the more naturally happy you are. We have a built-in joy. You don't know me, you're judging over stereotypes. Yes, that's what I do. This is not your first time being here. This ain't your first time being here. That's what I do, sir. I judge based on stereotypes. Wow, so do you. Y'all call us all monkeys and animals and shit. Those are stereotypes, but y'all don't hesitate to do it. You probably don't do it because you're fucking a black woman. But you probably do it behind her back. You over here every other day. This ain't my first time seeing you over here. You here every other day. You be commenting on my shit all the time because you think you have the right because you fucking one of us. I didn't give you permission. You fucking a black cooch doesn't give you permission to be in our conversations. I don't give a fuck what she allowed. She and I are not the same. Well, she allows me to be in her business. I don't. You do. You do need my permission, you bitch. You do. Bloop. Now, let me also.
Who's ready to see some stadium stopping hair? Your hair is.
What? Hi. Yeah, his wife is part of the fucking problem. You're gonna marry a white man, you better be in control of that ass. You better be in control of that ass. He better not be running you. You better be running the fuck out of him. I said what the fuck I said. Watch him be mad. He be in his feelings. So if I disappear, you'll know why. Because he's mad. Give a fuck. Y'all also need to go follow my other account. Just in case. Just in cases. My other account is The Real Mama Trey. Okay? You do need my permission, bitch. You may not need permission with your wife. But you don't own me, bitch. You own her. So anywho, look like a goddamn caveman. The Tuareg system. My other account is The Real Mama Trey. On the TikTok. I'm trying to get this thing straightened out. There we go, I think. So in the Tuareg system, the men were warriors, traders, poets, and political leaders. But women owned the tent, the livestock, and the written language. Men are not diminished by this. They are freed. Listen to this, man. Listen to this for a second. You are free to be who the fuck you were meant to be. You are free from the burden of having to be everything, freed from the pressure of sole ownership, freed to focus on what you do best while the women focus on what they do best. That's what a matrilineal society is about. But the white European system tells you that whether or not you are prepared to be a leader, that you must be a leader. Otherwise, you're not a man. They didn't teach you how to lead. The church is telling you that you're head of the household, but don't teach you how to be the head of the household. They tell you you're supposed to be the head of the household and don't give you no money to be the fucking head of the household. How is that? How's that work out? And then y'all get on here and say, well, I need half on the bills. I'm sorry. I thought you were supposed to provide. You didn't find any other page? It's The Real Mama Trey. Can y'all at me in the comments? So y'all get on the internet, on Beyonce's internet, and say, yeah, we need to be 50-50, but I still want to be the man. Well, the patriarchy says you have to provide to be a man. So how are we doing this? How are we working this out? Because how you going to be the man if you can't afford to be the man? Because that's what the patriarch says. Valid question. Anybody? Anybody? You got it? So the Akan system, the king leads, but the queen mother chooses him. And if he leads poorly, she removes him. That's not emasculation. That is what accountability looks like when women have structural power. Because why are we going to let you fuck up the church's money? Y'all just want black women to be in the passenger seat and don't say, look out for that fucking tree you about to crash us into. Shut up, you got too much lift. Honey, do you see that tree approaching? I don't need any lip from you. Okay. While I jump out of the fucking car and let this nigga crash. Let me hop out of this bitch right quick. Because, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That is what accountability looks like, my friends. And not a lot of people like accountability. And this is the number one reason. Yeah, because we got kids, right? Somebody got to stay alive, goddamn. Both of us ain't going. You can go. By all means, go. Somebody got to stay alive and feed these kids. Yeah, somebody got to tell what happened. How did this tree wrap around this car? So in our matrilineal society, we are holding people accountable. Okay? Because how many pastors would still be leading if the mothers of the church could remove them? Some of y'all pastors are off the fucking hook. Why haven't the mothers of the church removed his ass? Y'all pastors are out here running amok and nobody's holding his ass accountable. Cheating with the girls in the church and all kinds of shit. But nobody's holding his ass accountable, are they? How many bad decisions would be reversed if women who built the community had the authority to check it? Matrilineal doesn't weaken men, it keeps them honest. Fear number 3, here's the Willie Lynch letter. You knew the Willie Lynch letter was going to enter the conversation, right? Because y'all really believe that the Willie Lynch letter was a real thing, and it was not. Okay? The Willie Lynch letter. Oh, I got to start this over because it's been 4 hours. I got to start this over. So I'll be right back. The Willie Lynch letter was written in 1993. It is not a real thing. However, the situations are very much real. It says, Barump is so fucking dumb that when he heard that semiconductors use transistors, he thought they said transgenders.
They get the money, get hired, they look all over for transgender people to run the company, large portions. They couldn't find them. They weren't into the chip-making business, I guess, right? They had other things on their mind. But this was the Biden fools, those idiots that almost destroyed our country. Back, the car plants, the AI plants are all coming back. If they don't, they have to pay taxes. The chips. We had this ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company.
He was talking about the CHIPS Act.
You give them billions of dollars. They say they're going to.
He said Biden said he was going to give them billions of dollars.
The standards were so high. If you weren't transgender,
the standards were so high. If you weren't transgendered, you couldn't get the job. So they looked all over the place to find these transgenders for these semiconductor companies and couldn't find them. I guess transgenders aren't in the chip making business, I guess, is what he just said. And said those fools, those idiots, they almost destroyed our country.
Plants are all coming back. If they don't, they have to pay taxes. The chips, we back. The car plants, the AI.
What the fuck timeline are we on? What a time to be alive, I tell you. What a motherfucking time to be alive, bitch. This is crazy work. That man is gone. You know, the only joy I get out of this is that he literally is going to work until he dies. Like the rest of Americans. Y'all allowed it. Don't say we. Black women voted the right way. The rest of y'all didn't. So there's that. Y'all allowed it. When do I think? I don't have no predictions on that. They are working very hard to keep that man alive. They are putting him on every experimental drug that exists. That man is a weekend at Bernie's right now. Because they know the minute that he dies, MAGA falls apart. Because MAGA does not like J.D. Vance. So they have to keep this man around as long as they possibly can. That's why they're rushing all this shit through. They are pushing new shit on us every fucking day. Get this through, get this through, get this through, get this through. Because they know the minute he croaks, MAGA is over. They know that. Cause they don't fuck with JD Vance and his brown family. They don't fuck with JD Vance. They don't want to see this Indian woman and them brown kids in the White House. That's why they're grooming Marco Rubio. It ain't gonna be JD Vance that's gonna be running for anything. It's gonna be Marco Rubio. You see Marco Rubio more than you see JD Vance. They don't fuck with JD Vance and them brown kids. Yeah. She forgot she was an Indian woman too, so I forgive you for forgetting. They don't fuck with him. They already have brown people. Marco is white enough. He definitely ain't Cuban. He ain't Cuban no more. He ain't as brown as that brown woman that JD Vance is married to. And y'all forget, we have a lot of Hispanics in this country that will be voting for Marco Rubio. Them motherfuckers think that they're whites. Them same Hispanics that voted for this man is gonna vote for Marco Rubio. They gonna be lined the fuck up.
So a lot of times,
All of them, because he's Cuban. Now, if they go in and invade Cuba, I don't know what that's gonna mean for everybody. I have no idea. Even though he sat by and let ICE do all those things to the ground. Yes, they all sit by. Because y'all forget, everybody wants proximity to whiteness because they believe that whiteness is power. There's a whole lot of black motherfuckers that want proximity to whiteness because they have been brainwashed to believe that if it ain't white, it ain't right.
Exactly. They are literally like people.
China said they will support Cuba. I hope so. I hope so. Jordy in there having one of them We in there debating somebody over black shit. This is every day at our house. You on the phone with somebody talking about black shit. So are we back? So we're back, right? So fear number 3 is the Willie Lynch letter and the gender divide. So whether the Willie Lynch letter is historically authentic or not, the strategy it describes is documented and real. The strategy: turn the enslaved against each other, exploiting every possible difference, age, color, gender, make the woman and the man distrust each other, make them compete for the master's favor instead of uniting against the master. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I was thinking about that. Yes, that'd be great if China would help them, but why haven't they helped them so far? Why are they waiting for somebody to wage war on them? They've been in the dark all this time. So, how it was implemented. The enslaved woman was sometimes given access to the big house, creating the perception of privilege. So that's the house slave versus the field slave, right? Jordan! After emancipation, Black women were sometimes able to find domestic work when Black men could not, creating resentment that women were more employable because the system preferred Black women in servile roles. Maids, nannies, cooks. He be going in, man. I'm telling you. He be going in for hours. Now, where the fellas at? Because this right here is the part that blew everybody's minds last night. Y'all ready? Where the fellas at? Who said he get it from greatness? He did get it honest for sure. He did. He will debate the shit out of you. So watch this. The Moynihan Report, done in 1965. This shit is wild as fuck. The Moynihan Report, made in 1965, was named The Negro Family, the Case for National Action. Daniel Patrick Moynihan argued that the Black family was pathological because it was matrifocal. Let me tell y'all what Google says matrifocal is. Matrifocal. A family or social structure centered on the mother or a central female figure who acts as the primary caregiver, authority figure, and decision maker. This nigga labeled us pathological. Because we were matrifocal. That women were actually making decisions for the family. That made us pathological. He blamed Black women's strength for Black men's failure. He is going in. Let me say it again. Oh, he's yelling. He's yelling at Jamal. He said, Jamal, you're just reading the newspapers. This man wrote a whole report about the Black family. You see how they be staying in our business? You see how they just be staying in our business being fucking messy? Do y'all see? The government is the one that stirs up the fucking problems in the black community. Y'all have not figured that shit out yet. We didn't have drugs in our community until drugs came into our fucking communities. We didn't have guns in our communities until guns were brought into our fucking communities. We weren't out here killing each other when black people were separate from white people. We were building together. We were doctors and lawyers and teachers and bankers. We weren't killing each other. So they come out in the middle of the civil rights movement in 1965 and said black women are the problem. You don't think that timing is suspicious? Because black women were the backbone of the civil rights movement. You don't think that timing was suspicious? What you mean sometimes projecting their weakness on us? All the time. All the time. Black women were the backbone of the civil rights movement, and this motherfucker comes out and says he blamed black women's strength for black men's failures. He called the black family a tangle of pathology. A tangle of pathology. And located the pathology in the mother. This man came out with a report and said we were the fucking problem. And because of us, the black man is failing. Wait, you mean the same black men that had voting rights for 56 years before black women did? Those are the same men that you're saying are failing? They believed it. Because when you don't have accountability, you're going to back the person that takes the accountability off of you. When you don't want to be held accountable and someone gives you someone else to put your shit on, you're going to say, yeah, it's their problem. It's not that you had voting rights for 56 years and did nothing with them. That had nothing to do with it. It's not that you fought to get your fucking land back that they took from you. It's not as if you fought against any of these fucking systems that they put in place to fucking continue to fuck you up the ass. You didn't do any of that stuff. But the problem was black women. Yeah. They are the problem. Not you, good white massa, that fucked me up the ass. But these women, they're the problem. Hi. We're just too strong. You couldn't break your women down. They're too strong. I don't know what else to do. I've tried everything. They just keep coming back. They're too goddamn resilient. They're not built like white women. They're just too fucking strong. Then they're your problem, nigger. They're your problem to deal with. If you can't deal with them, you're gonna go to fucking jail. You know when they started mass incarceration? The 1970s. This was in 1965. They had given black men the the right to vote and to be the head of his house, and he still couldn't accomplish that. So what use are you to us, the patriarchy? What use are you? And this was the same video that I posted on Instagram that niggas was mad at me about. This is exactly what the fuck I said. Because you could not break us down, we became matrifocal, right? They're saying to you that we now have a pathology because you cannot control your fucking women. So what good are you to us? Just move, nigga, move out the way. We'll break these bitches down ourselves. And they started locking y'all black asses the fuck up. That's when they flooded our neighborhoods with drugs. That's when you fell for that trap, and that's why your ass sat in jail for decades. How come y'all don't be giving me no taps on the screen and gifts over here? That's what happened. They set them up to tame us, to control us, and they couldn't do it for whatever reason. Because the number one reason is this is not why black women are on this plane of existence. We were not put here to be subservient to no man. We just were not. We're not built that way.
It's like
We're not. So they were charged with trying to make us something that we were not. We were meant to work side by side with our men, not under them. We are all for working side by side. We're all for partnerships. We're all for all that shit. But we are not to be bossed around by a nigga. Mm-mm. So, this man came out with a report from the government. The Moynihan report is the bridge. This is the bridge that black men walked across. Because when I say that black men are in lockstep with white men when it comes to the patriarchy, y'all just think I'm being a bitch. Ooh, you're just a bitter old fat bitch. That's what y'all say. This is literally the bridge that y'all walked across so that you can stay next to white men. So when I say that y'all abandoned us, this is exactly where you did it. Right here. Because you let this motherfucker come out and say that our families are now pathological because a woman has a say in her own life and her children's lives. So, the government document written by a white man told black America, your problem is your women. Your women are too strong. This is a quote from the report. Your problem is your women. Your women are too strong, too independent, too dominant, and your families are matriarchal. And that's what's destroying you. A government document. They didn't say that your families were matrilineal. They said matriarchal. And black men believed it. And I've told you the difference between matrilineal and matriarchal. But they made black men believe that women wanted power over them. And they believed it. They called it matriarchal. Your families are matriarchal, meaning our families are led by women. So how can you be a man if you're letting your wife lead you? And then they said, there's more, hold on. If you want to succeed in America, you need to adopt the patriarchal model. The man needs to be in charge and the woman needs to step back. This is a quote from the report. That's a quote. That's why I'm here, Merlot. That's why I'm here. This is the second day we're talking about this. They told black men that our families were matriarchal when they were not. And the black man was like, yeah, you're right. It's the woman's fault. So this was policy. This became policy in the government. This wasn't just an opinion, Mother says. This was policy, sis, not opinion. Policy. It shaped federal welfare programs, housing policies, employment programs, and social services for decades. And it told black men that the source of their suffering was not the system, but their own women. And they believed it. You know you a bad motherfucker when the government blames you for the problems of the whole community. You gotta be a threatening motherfucker. You gotta be a threatening ass bitch if the government has to step in to destroy the black woman. And them bitches in the 60s were bad bitches. They were bad bitches. They were willing to walk for miles. Moynihan. Hold on, I'll tell you how it's spelled. Moynihan. Them bitches in the 60s were some bad bitches, though. They ran that whole civil rights fucking thing and slapped Martin Luther King's face on it. They were the ones walking for miles to get to those domestic jobs they had because they were boycotting them goddamn buses. They were willing to walk for miles to get back and forth to work. Yeah, Senator Patrick Moynihan. That's who wrote the fucking report. Senator Patrick Daniel Moynihan. Yeah, the Black Panthers, listen, they were handling fucking business, bitch. This motherfucker had to write a whole report and say, we gotta do something about these black bitches. These black bitches are gonna rise again. You can't let them rise again. You can't let them know that they were leaders in this land before we came here. We can't let them know that. Well, why don't we use their own men against them? What do you mean? Well, we could tell all the men that they are the problem. That, sir, is a great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Listen up, you black niggers. Your women are the problem. Beat them up. So, in 1965, a white man named Daniel Patrick Moynihan wrote a report that told Black America, your problem is your women are too strong. The red pill was born. Your problem is that your women are not like our women. Your problem is your women are not like our white women. They're just too goddamn strong. The government. That part right there. They didn't tell the black man, not your problem is 400 years of slavery. Not your problem is systemic racism. Not your problem is economic exclusion. Your women. Yep, that's exactly what that means. Your women. He told black men to blame black women for the destruction that white supremacy had caused. And too many black men believed him. They are still believing him. Hi. Hi, Kevin. Thank you. Love you too. They're still believing him. Every time a black man says black women need to submit, that is Moynihan talking from the grave. Miss Chrissy, we're talking about, I had to make sure you were black because you look white in your picture. I wasn't going to answer you if you were a white woman. But Miss Chrissy, let me catch you up. So there was this report written in 1965 by this man named Patrick Daniel Moynihan. And Patrick Daniel Moynihan is Irish, by the way. I wasn't. Why would I answer her? Her name is Chrissy. I didn't know if she was black or white. So, listen. Are you still with us, Chrissy? I ain't doing no white women no favors. So this Irish man, you said, let me change my photo. It's the lighting, baby. It's just the lighting. It's the lighting. You just got to change the lighting on it. That's all. So this white motherfucker named Patrick Daniel Patrick Moynihan, right, writes this report in 1965 talking about black women are the problem for the black man. Blame your too strong ass black women for all of your problems. And black men were like, okay. He said, I thought he was talking to me. I can't tell. These pictures are small. They're real tiny. I need to open this thing up. I need to open it up because it can get bigger. Yeah, and they're still believing it. So the system needed black men and black women to fight each other instead of fighting it. Woo. It's always a white town floozy blaming a black man for raping her. Bitch, you fuck everybody. What are you talking about? So the system needed black men and black women to fight each other instead of fighting it. So it told the man, she's too strong. That's your problem. And it told the women, he's too weak. That's your problem. And while they were busy tearing each other apart, the system kept running untouched. The gender war in the black community is not organic. It is engineered. It has a paper trail. The Moynihan Report in 1965. Thank you, Armand. Hi, how you doing? I told you everything can be traced, baby. In order for us to understand how we got to where we are, we need to know who the fuck set us up. We didn't just get here by ourselves. This is not who we were before these motherfuckers came into the picture. This is not who the fuck we were. But I guarantee you we're going to get back to who the fuck we were. I'm going to do my goddamn part to make sure everybody knows who the fuck we were. Who and how, what? Learn how to ask questions. Who and how is not a question just because you put a question mark at the end of it. Fear number 4, the hypermasculinity compensation. When authentic masculinity, you said there are a few black men in my family that needs to hear this. Why are you not tagging them, Miss Sharon? They'll receive it from me more than they will from you. You didn't mean to put a question mark. Glasses is not on. I was talking about that. It's okay. So here's where we bring this forward to today, right? The hypermasculinity compensation. So when authentic masculinity is denied, because it has been for black men, when a man cannot just be a man by the only definition of manhood he's given, the nervous system compensates with hypermasculinity. Because remember, black men were told, this is what you have to do to be a man. But then they set them up not to achieve the things that would allow them to be a man in Western standards, in white people's standards. Stop saying Western. In white people's motherfucking standards. Hey, in Western society is talking about fucking white people. So, hypermasculinity is not a strength. It is a performance of strength by someone who feels powerless. It looks like aggression as default because vulnerability was beaten out of enslaved men, literally. Showing emotion equals weakness equals punishment. And then we do that shit to our own boys. Stop crying before I give you something to cry about. What you crying about? You just acting like a sissy. Sound familiar? I thought about this the other day, how I used to deal with Jordan and his emotions. I made it so that Jordan would go to the bathroom and flush the toilet until he wasn't mad anymore. He would have to flush the toilet, wait for it to fill up again, flush it again, wait for it to fill up again, wait for it. So he was allowed to experience his emotions. He was allowed to feel his emotions, but he had to do it over there. You said only you? He had to do it over there. You can process those emotions right on over there, sir. You just go in there until you're done feeling whatever it is you're feeling and come back when you're done. This racism thing is tiring. Tell your white friends, Bobby. Go to sleep forever. Let me save you some trouble. Here you go. Now you ain't got to see us. So, aggression as your default as a man. Okay? Because vulnerability was beaten out of enslaved men, literally. Showing emotion equals weakness equals punishment. Now, let's correlate this to prison. Correlate this to prison. You can't show any vulnerability in a prison. What's going to happen to you in the prison if you show vulnerability? I'll wait. They can't. It's in their DNA. They just can't. They're going to get you. How's that any different from the plantation? How is that any different from the plantation? It's not. That's why they set up prisons to mimic plantation life. A lot of the systems and the norms and the culture of the prison is very much like the plantation. So you can't go out here showing vulnerability because someone's going to rape you. That's no different than the plantation. Then you have hypersexuality as identity, because the enslaved black man was reduced to his body and his sexual capacity. The buck identity was installed on the plantation, and it was never uninstalled. You wonder why they're the community dick? Because that's all they were on the plantation. Hello. You had 10 very strong, big bucks, and they were impregnating all of the fertile women on the plantation. That's community dick. Hello? Oh, they out here being community D. That's no different than what they've always been, ma'am. For 400 fucking years. For 400 fucking years. How do they not see it? How do we not see it? Mm-hmm. We're always so busy. Everybody has to be on the defensive because everyone's fighting each other. Men are on the defensive because they think a woman's trying to hold them accountable for something, and they have this in their mind that we are the problem. So they're not going to listen to us. They have been told by the good white man that their black ass bitches are the problem. And they said, you know what, good white man, you're right. It is always the fine ones, ain't it? And the ones that have the big energy. So the dominance as validation. I control this house. I control this woman. I control something. Because when you can't control the system, you control whatever is closest. So you have a lot of men out here just trying to be in a relationship with the woman so that he can dominate her. Because that is what's going to make him become a man. I heard something the other day and I was like, that's absolutely fucking right. A woman said that marriage only benefits the man simply because he uses it as a bragging right. Because other men see married men as men. She didn't say that part. I said that part. Because again, if you're married under the patriarchy, then you've achieved the goal of being dominant over a woman. You said your last 2 husbands? I would not try it again. Don't do it again, Miss Nellie Jean. Don't do it. You said marriage protects children and property. How? How does marriage protect? The most dangerous person in the house is the man. Hello? Do y'all not see this? The most dangerous person in a household is a man. The majority of the time. Who are you laughing at? Or a religious white woman. Super religious white women are also very dangerous. Why is this stuck? The most diabolical is a woman. You can't even spell diabolical right, so you should probably shut up. How is the woman how is she diabolical? I'm feeling fun. Tell me, Hotep, how is she diabolical? Oh, I have big fingers. Only to fuck you with. Gotta massage that prostate, my friend. They used to call me big hands. Ask my son about it. Just for you. My son knows the story. It's funny that you would zero in on my fingers. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. He said, I don't know why people bother. I'm gnostic. I'm talking about my fingers, young lady. Sure you are. Y'all kill me. I'm gnostic. I don't give a fuck what you are. Goofy is what you are. You're good goofy. With 2 G's. Wow. You always come back with the wow. Like I'm not free to say what the fuck I want to say. Wow. It's incredible. She has freedom of speech. So crazy. She ain't got no ring on her finger. She ain't got no man to bop her in the mouth. Y'all love to say that one too. Oh, it's Fenty. It's Fenty. Y'all love to say that. You know she ain't got no ring on her finger, so she ain't got no man that's willing to bop her in the mouth. That's what y'all thinking, ain't it? That's exactly what you think, goofy. That's why they always focus on that. She ain't got no ring on her finger. Here we go with the bitter. Honey, you're doing exactly what I've been talking about. Again, everyone, the universe always provides. The universe always provides, doesn't it? It always provides an example of exactly what I'm talking about. It's been real fun. It's been real fun for me. Bye, big hands. See you next time. I'm gnostic. Every time, it never fucking fails. Y'all should know whatever we're fucking talking about, the universe is going to usher right in an example in real fucking time of what it is I'm talking about. Oife. So again, dominance as validation. I control this house. I control this woman. I control something. And he was just astounded that no one is controlling my mouth. Wow. So then we have the emotional shutdown. I don't cry. I don't feel. I don't need help. I don't process. Because on the plantation, feeling was dangerous. Thank you, Lynn. On the plantation, feeling was dangerous. You couldn't feel nothing. Grief could lead to despair. Despair could lead to inaction, and inaction could lead to the whip. It always does take itself out every time. And then the big one, here we go, the rejection of the feminine. They really, really do lack emotional intelligence. Now, who's to blame for that? Because think about it. As a parent, we do not allow our boy children to be emotional. Because it was the first time it was installed on the plantation. But we are the ones that have been doing it ever since. Because in their mind, the worst thing you can be is feminine. This is why there are whole groups of men that go out and fuck other men, but their biggest problem is gay. You don't get that, do you? They don't see themselves as gay because they're not feminine. Oh, you're like a girl. You dance like a girl. You hit like a girl. They literally joan on each other with girls. Oh, you run like a girl. You talk like a girl. You smell like a girl. You're only gay if you're feminine. You're only gay if you're feminine. There are whole Mormons that have shows on Hulu talking about their men going on camping trips with each other. Married Mormon women and their married Mormon husbands go on camping trips with each other and fuck each other. And they call it, they have an acronym for it. Men having sex with other men, or some type of crazy ass acronym. But it's a whole show on the Hulu right now. They're not gay. They just enjoy the company of other men. Again, no accountability, Japanese cherry blossom. No accountability. Because a black woman would be like, nigga, you gay. Hello? Nigga, what did you think the definition of gay was? No, I didn't say that there were any black Mormons on that show. White women allowing their men to go camping with each other. And then it was controversial because this new guy moved into the neighborhood. And so they had invited him to go camping with them. And they were talking about that. Well, I don't know him. I don't trust him. I don't. And then they would have whole Mormon guys that were for counseling the people that believed that they were gay. And this guy finally came out as gay. The guy who was the counselor, trying to help them not be gay. They would go on trips. They would take the people that thought they were gay on trips. And some of the exercises that they would be doing is them hugging for 10 minutes. One of the exercises that he had them do was to hug for 10 minutes without getting a boner. My hand to whatever imaginary big white sky daddy there is. I need y'all to go watch it because I can't be the only motherfucker that saw that shit. I can't be the only nigga that saw it. So I need y'all to go do it. I need y'all to see it too. So we can come back and talk about it. Let me go find out. Hold on. Let me tell you what it is now. Let me tell you the name. What is the name of that Mormon show on Hulu? The Secret Lives of the Mormon Wives. The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. The hit reality series you're likely thinking of is the reality show, The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And there's a whole Mormon community right here on the TikTok. They all look the same. Yep, this that girl. This that girl that went on The Bachelor And they had to fire her before The Bachelor was filmed because she was beating up her husband. Hello? The one right there in the front. She was about to be the Bachelorette. Yeah, they all be swinging. She was about to be the Bachelorette. And they found out right before she was supposed to start taping the Bachelorette, she was beating up on her husband. What you want, Fats? What do you want? Where's your food? It's dinner time. You want some dinner? Yeah? You want some? He's like, yeah, food. Food would be nice. Want some? Jordan, are you getting their food? This just happened a couple of months ago. But they had to cancel the Bachelorette. She was going to fuck off. They were showing they taped it. Yeah, she was going ahead to get a restraining order against her and all kinds of shit. The video is on YouTube. She was wearing it now. That shit was fucking hilarious, dude. I was like, oh shit. I don't even have the time to make this shit up. I think I had a human trafficker try me today. What? What happened? Tell us. Tell me. Yep. But everybody likes to fake the funk because we're a good church-going family. We're a good God-fearing family. Y'all fake. Y'all fake as fuck. Y'all just want the world to think you're a good God-fearing family. You're not. You're fake. You doing all this goddamn trash behind the scenes, letting your man go fuck other men and shit. Then you want to sit in judgment of us. Aren't you Mormons the ones that said we have this curse of Ham and that's why we were black? Hello, Mormons? Isn't that why we're black? Because we have the curse of Ham. So back to, I don't have any opinion on the Nolan thing because I haven't seen the updates yet. You said you saw me speaking on Christianity. I haven't seen the updates today. And some black people have barbecued. Yeah, they do. This lady got so mad at me. She was in Utah. This black woman said she was a Mormon. And I roasted the shit out of her. She was so mad. I don't know why. You said an old white guy pulled up on me when I was walking getting sun, and he looks like Lena, a guy from the Rothschilds, asked me if I needed a ride and do I want to go to his house to hang out. He had to have been 70. He was trying to pick you up, my guy. He was trying to pick you up. He was trying to get you back to the crib. He was either going to drug you or eat you or both. You better carry you some pepper spray, sir. See? Black men need to protect themselves from other men. But those are the ones could be taking you to the slaughterhouse. Exactly. Those are the ones that take you. You better carry you some pepper spray, friend. What you mean eat you is wild? How's that wild? Do y'all not know their history? There's nothing I say that's wild. Their behavior is wild. There's nothing I say that's wild. Y'all think that these people stopped eating us? These people have never stopped eating us. You're probably eating us right now, and y'all don't even know it. They have never stopped. That has never been a practice that they stopped doing. And the only reason that y'all don't believe it is because you don't want to believe it. They still do. What are you wowing about? Why, y'all got so many wows today. What's the wow about? Because I think you're just a white man. You have a black woman's face on your thing, but I think you're just a white man. You're a white man. You're blessed and highly favored. Travel. So you're a white man. What are you wowing about? Now I'm curious. What are you wowing about, ma'am? Now, let me clarify something about it's only outlawed in 6 states. The only reason that you have laws is to prevent you from doing something that's being done. So that's 6 states where motherfuckers were eating other motherfuckers. There is no need for a law if it's not happening. What do I think about the attraction? What do you think the attraction is with white men for black women? I don't know and I don't like it. White men have always fucked black women. I don't understand why y'all don't know history. White men have always wanted to possess black women. I don't know why y'all don't know history. It's in their fucking DNA. Why do y'all think white women are so jealous of us? You think it's because of our beauty? No, it's because their man wants to fuck us. I blame the black woman for falling for that dumb shit. I don't blame the white man for wanting to fuck us. We're fucking fabulous. I blame the black woman for falling for that dumb shit. Nah, he wanted to fuck, man. He wanted to fuck. Yeah. It is valid. It is valid that white women are jealous of us because their white men want to fuck. If any black woman here gave a white man a chance, he would not hesitate at all. I don't care how racist he is because the motherfuckers that enslaved us were racist and they were fucking. You think racism is going to stop them? They will fuck an animal. They don't give a fuck. So, the rejection of the feminine. They will stick that little pink thing anywhere that will allow them and things that don't. That little pink thing is going in some hole. They do not care. They do not care. So black men were taught to reject the feminine. And a lot of you parents are responsible for that. Some of y'all are creating emotionally unavailable men today with your sons. The rejection of the feminine, anything associated with femininity, emotion, vulnerability, partnership, nurturing, receiving help is rejected because it represents the opposite of the hyper-masculine armor. And removing the armor feels like death because at one point it was death. Because if you were emotional on the plantation, they're going to take your ass out. So now we have this big complaint that these men are not emotionally intelligent. And it's because us as parents will not allow our kids to be emotional. Because y'all be the first ones to say, he act like a sissy. He act like a girl. Y'all do it. Because that has been instilled in you too. So hypermasculinity is not masculine at all. It's a trauma response. Wearing Timberlands. I cracked up when she said that shit yesterday. It is a trauma response wearing Timberlands. Yeah, you got to. If you don't allow your child to identify his emotions, he's never going to know what he's angry about. There are so many more emotions than anger. There's frustration, there's worry, there's impatience. There are so many more emotions. But the only thing that men are allowed to say is, I'm angry. Hey, how you doing? The only thing men are allowed to say is, I'm angry, I'm happy, I'm sad. The rest of the emotions are out the fucking window. So when you're trying to have a conversation with these men, they can't even tell you how they're feeling because they have never had access to those feelings. So hypermasculinity is not masculine at all. It's a trauma response wearing Timberlands. It's the armor a man puts on when he's been stripped of everything real. His name, his land, his family, his spiritual system, his language, his freedom. And all he has left is the performance of hardness. I don't feel, I don't cry, I don't submit, I don't need help. That's not strength. That's a man who's been beaten every time he showed softness until the softness felt like death. And 400 years later, his great-great-great-grandson is still wearing that armor. In relationships, in church, in the barbershop, online, everywhere. Because no one ever told him it was safe to take it off. You said that's you? What do you mean be kind? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't understand you telling me to be kind. What does that even mean? Please elaborate, Steve. I don't know if you're black or white. It's giving white. So, number 5 is fear. It is real. It is real. And this is what we're talking about. I'm not here to bash black men. I'm here to help us understand each other. Because if we don't know what we both have been through, if we don't know where this anger is stemming from and what the root of the anger is, we're never going to be able to stop fighting each other as black men and black women. Okay? The government even stepped in and told black men that black women were the problem. In 1965, they wrote a whole report and told black men that you can't control your woman. She's too strong. They're too strong, too dominant. So the number one thing that they tell black men as a part of this distorted patriarchy that they give to black men is you must control your woman to be considered a man. And so when you can't control a black woman, if you get into a relationship and you can't control this black woman, then you start to beat on her or you kill her. Because there was a string of that shit just going on in the past few months where black men were killing black women and killing themselves. What do you think that's about? What do you think that's about? So, number 5 is the provider identity crisis. In the white patriarchal model, a man's primary value is his ability to provide economically. His worth is his wallet. Okay? That's what the white man tells you. It's not rubbing off. It's been installed in our men. The white man tells you that if you ain't got no money, you're worthless.
If you ain't got no money, take your broke ass home.
Right?
One time.
They tell what kind of trap does that lead to? Let's think about it. What kind of trap does that lead to? A black man out in the streets selling drugs, and now he's in jail. because you told him his only worth is money. And if you don't allow him to make money legally, if you're paying him 71 cents on a dollar compared to a white man, he feels the only way for him to be a provider, because you told him that's what he has to be a man, is to be out in the streets. And then you're waiting to lock him up. The narrative they've been pushing for a long time. Yep. And I'm here to try to dismantle this bullshit, because this is a conversation that needs to be had. We are not the problem. The white man is the fucking problem. You guys always blame the white man because he's blamable, bitch. He did it. The only way white people, the only power poor white people have is gaslighting. Oh, you guys are always a victim. Oh, you guys are always playing a race card. Oh, you're always blaming the white man for shit. Because the white man is behind all the bullshit, bitch. We have to stop being shamed into not naming these motherfuckers. You can't spit on me and then tell me, well, that was rain. Bitch, that was fucking spit. You said the system tells the black woman they can take care of them better than the black men. That's not true. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. And y'all keep perpetuating that lie. And I'm breaking this shit down right now. Let me break it down for you, sir. Since that's the route you want to take, right? Let's break this down. You ready? Oh, let me bring out my other microphone. You said it's all on the television. What television? So you mean on the television it's telling a black woman? You're saying that on TV it's telling, the system is telling black women that the system can provide better than the black man can? What show was that? What show was that? I must have missed it. What show was that? I would love to know what show this is. You said I'll just mention one show. What show? Name the show. Look at all the dating shows. What dating shows? What show? Look at all what dating shows. What are we talking about? What dating shows? Name the show. What dating shows? I'm being very patient with you, just so I can hear the name of this show, because we're going to go see what the fuck they're talking about. I'm curious, so I'm going to go over there and see what the fuck they're talking about. What show is it now? So, the dating shows. What dating shows could it be? Does anybody know about any dating shows? Let me ask you a simpler question. Are there any other men in the comments? Let me ask you a simpler question. It is the excuse. What is love? That's all they push, and it starts with the teens. What show? You just mentioned them. You said all the dating shows. There are teen dating shows? What teen dating shows? What teen dating shows, sir? Sir. It's giving propaganda. I mentioned 3 shows. You did not. They did not come up on this screen, I assure you, because I would not be wasting my time waiting for them to come up on the screen. So name them again. Name them again. I've been sitting here all this time waiting for these show names to come up. So they obviously did not come up on my screen. So name them again. In your comment section, you did, not in mine. So I'm asking you to just do it again. Just name one of them. And I'm driving, posting. Boy, shut up. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Just be quiet. Anyway, what we're talking about, Mr. Dice, the topic was why Black men cannot, love is blind. So love is blind is telling women that the government can take better care of them than a Black man can. So the Love is Blind show is trying to get women to be on welfare. I must have missed those episodes. Love Island is telling women that the government can take care of them. You said no. Then what are you saying, sir? Because that was your comment. The system tells women that the system can take care of it. What is the system? What system? Them getting up and going to work for themselves? The dating shows show that white men do. I'm not getting it, sir. I wish I could speak, just move on. No worries, I will move on. Because that was nonsensical. Y'all are literally watching shows and you're saying that the show is telling Black women that the system can take better care of them than a Black man can. I don't understand what show that would be. And how are they putting that? You said that the system is telling Black women that the system can take care of them. What system is that? I'm very confused. You literally just said it yourself. Okay. You need to tell me what system that would be, sir. I said welfare and you said not welfare. What systems are we talking about then? What system is taking care of Black women? I'm very confused. Like, it's hard to confuse me, but I am thoroughly confused. Listen, I don't know who y'all are calling the system, but I've given you names. I give you names and fucking dates. I told you that Patrick Daniel Moynihan wrote in 1965 that Black women are the problem for Black men. That we are too strong, we are too dominant, we are too independent. In 1965, the government a senator wrote that about Black women. And y'all believed it, and you're still passing this shit around. Because the white man told you, in order for you to be a man, you need to go and make money. You need to provide. You need to have authority and domination over your woman. You need to be the king of your castle. That is what they told you a man is. This is the I'm a man box. And y'all have been stressing yourselves out and stressing us out ever since to try to be a man in a white man's eyes. Y'all are out here performing for white men. You're not performing for us. You're performing for massa. Because you want massa to see you as a man. This has nothing to do with us. We're not the ones that put those requirements on you. They put those requirements on you, and then you made it our problem. Because before these motherfuckers put y'all in chains, we didn't require any of that from you. So y'all decided you were not going to remember who you were before the slave ships. You were just going to ride with the white man. And so when I say that you've been in lockstep with the white man all this time, but you want to say, no, all the black women no, black women have been historically fighting white men since they got here. And you never hear shit about that. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. Who were these warriors and spies, and how were women fighting back on the plantation? Because they were hanging the fuck out of black women. But y'all never hear those stories. You never hear those stories. I wonder why you never hear those stories. I wonder why. They were slinging our black asses up. We were causing problems, bitch. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So problem number 5, fear number 5, is the provider identity crisis in the white patriarchy model that y'all want to belong to so bad. This little white man club. Okay? Yeah, it wasn't just Harriet. That's the one they allowed them to talk about. It was way more Harriet's, honey. Y'all notice they only allow you to talk about one. They only tell you about Nat Turner. They only tell you about one. There was many niggas burning down plantations and shit. Nat Turner wasn't the only one. They didn't want you getting no ideas. They didn't want you knowing how many motherfuckers was rebelling. They was fighting them for 300 fucking years. 300 years. The only thing that calmed us the fuck down was Christianity. There had to be 7 nations that came over here to conquer us. 7. Let's not forget the diseases they brought. The diseases did the most work. They didn't come over here and had this army and all that shit. They had diseases. They had an army of germs. An army of germs is what killed off people from country to country. It was not because they had military prowess or any of that shit. It was diseases. They brought those diseases to America. I'm from Africa. So are you, bitch. Surprise, nigga. You from Africa too. Y'all love to say we from Africa. Motherfucker, so are you. Surprise! You the spook by the door too. We all were. Surprise! You guys lived in Africa. So did you, bitch. You shouldn't have took your dumb ass out there. Got caught up in an ice storm and shit, had to live in caves, lost all your fucking melanin. I would. Listen. Make me lose my melanin? Bitch, I'm out. That's it. I can't do it. I won't. That's the last fucking straw for me. Lose my melanin? Bitch. Just 45, 50-second pillow to the face. Just help me out. Just, I don't care how I fight you back. Just keep pushing. Bitch, help me out. I done lost my melanin. I ain't gonna be able to do it. He said we built civilization. He must be talking about black people. Y'all were still in caves, baby. Y'all were still in caves when our civilizations were being built. Y'all were still in caves when we had very successful civilizations. Hell no. You were still in caves. You were eating each other in caves. You were eating each other on wheat bread. Kind of like how you're doing it today. Same thing. Mud huts, they were better than your caves. Let me have fun. Let me have my fun. You only know mud huts from YouTube. You can't even afford to go over there and see them yourself. Because you're a brokey. You're probably from Appalachia, where all the poor white people live. You probably from Appalachia, where y'all be marrying each other and having inflicted kids. So, fear number 5. Yes. Nope. Yep. Yep. You do. You do. So, the white patriarchal model, a man's primary value is his ability to provide economically. His worth is his wallet. I wonder why this doesn't apply to the poor white men over in West Virginia. How come those poor white men over in West Virginia don't feel like less than a man because they can't feed their kids but anything but goddamn Campbell soup out of a can? I wonder why those poor white men don't feel like less of a man because them kids is wearing them goddamn hand-me-down clothes. Them goddamn pants is flooded up to his goddamn kneecaps. I wonder why they don't feel like less than a man. I wonder why they don't feel like less than a man. Them kids is living in a goddamn shed. Hello? How come they don't feel like less than a man? They're not providing for their families. They're on welfare. How come white men don't feel like less than a man when they get welfare benefits, when they're getting disability? How come y'all don't feel like less than a man? How come it is that black men have to perform all of these things to be considered a man, but your white, broke, on the system ass does not have to perform those same things? Hello, black men, are you paying attention? Hello, black men, are you paying attention? How come they don't have to perform manhood? They're not providing for their families. The government is. How come you're not mad at them for being on the system? You worried about whether or not we on the system. They're in your house. They're in your house right now. Where are they? They're in your house. I mean, your shed or your trailer. What's up, Bubba? Hey. No one that has wheels on their house can say anything to me. So you can keep flapping those baloney lips all you want. Jordan! You want Jordan to open the door? Yeah, you mad that he got the door closed. Who does he think he is closing that door?
What's up?
Did you get their food?
Yeah, and then they ate it.
Ooh.
Surprisingly.
He wants you to open the door. That's what he wants to talk to you.
What he wants.
He's asking you himself. He said, can you please open the door?
I'll think about it.
Can he go in there with you? And just lay
Come
on
on.
your... Yeah, take him with you. Go in there with Papa.
See, you don't want to.
He just wants you to leave the door open. Like a white person. He wants to be nosy. He wants to be in your business like a white person. He mad. Fats is mad. Why can't I be in his business? Sickening. I am sickening. Sickening, bitch. Clock it. Hi. I'm not going to show you my dog because y'all probably would eat it. Hi, boo-boo. You look so pretty from your bath yesterday. Don't show this white man. He'll probably eat you. Fats was like, Who? Oh, Thomas, would you like to come up on my live? Thomas, would you like to come up on my live and talk? Let's see what Thomas has to say. Maybe he has something to offer. Oh, Thomas. It's warming up. Do you have anything you'd like to say, Thomas? Because you're more than welcome to come up on my live. Did he leave? Oh, that dog thing must have run him off, huh? Too soon? I wouldn't like what you have to say. No, I would love it. Do you want to come up? It took you all that time to type that? Jesus Christ. Why does it matter what we like? You don't want to come up? Oh, that's too bad. I guess bots can't come on lives. So, on that note, la la la. I guess bots can't come on lives. You literally say on your thing, no bio. Aw, Pootie. Poor Pootie. La 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 la. I'm going to start charging the whites $20 to come up and talk on my live. Bourbon. I'm sipping on bourbon. La, 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 la. They always have so much to say. If they want to come on the live, we can just pay the little $20. You can Venmo it or Cash App it. Say whatever you want, what you want to say. You know where I get the idea? And I would love for you all to send me a Cash App. I saw this black girl on a video today, and they were talking about the rumple-dump-dump that's at the White House, how he's making, tell me why you still support him. And they were charging motherfuckers. People were sending them Venmos. They were sending them 20s and 50s and $100. And I'm up here doing all this work, healing up the black fucking community, and y'all don't send me shit. I'll be up here for 6 fucking hours and I'll make $11.27. That's what I made yesterday. Giving y'all all this free goddamn therapy and comic relief. Send me some money. Y'all need to be sending me gifts. Do y'all know that I am not TikTok rich? I don't make no goddamn money on TikTok. So when motherfuckers be coming here talking about be kind, bitch, I could be doing a whole lot of other things that will make me some goddamn money because it damn sure ain't TikTok. Okay? My Cash App is CE Organics, just like the name of my company. Just like those products that you guys buy. As a matter of fact, let me put some of these goddamn products on here so y'all can go buy them. Hold on. Let me go get y'all some chill gummies. Let me get y'all some regular chill, some sleep strips. Let me hook y'all up. Move. Get your ass out the way. Let me hook y'all the fuck up real quick. Hold on. I got a whole store over here too. Y'all need to shop too. God damn it. I got a whole store on the Instagram. Go on over there and shop. Add. Hold on. Let me see what else we're going to put on there. Where the allostatic drops at? Allostatic drops, nitro flow for your blood pressure, sharp to make sure your brain works like mine. We got everything. We got powders, gummies, drops, everything. Let me go ahead and pin the allostatic drops. There you go. God damn it. Oh, he's pulling out the Bible, guys. Genesis 3:16 also speaks about the curse of the women and their desire to control their husband. It's in the nature. It's in their nature. The system has an assembly line. They pumping out masculine women. Suck my dick. They're pumping out masculine women. Suck it. The same guy that couldn't tell us what shows were saying that the system will take care of black women. He came back with a scripture from the Bible, no less. Said there's an assembly line just pumping out masculine women. But I tell you what, we don't have to jump through hoops to be called masculine, but you do. Ooh, wait. The white man bestows the title of masculine on the women, but y'all got to work hard to be called a man? I find that fascinating. It's all spiritual? Yes, it is all spiritual. It's a setup, isn't it? It's a setup. You've been set up. Y'all got to jump through hoops to be called a man. They call us a man anytime. They getting the younger women. No, I think the younger women have caught on to your bullshit. And now you're mad. I think the young ladies, I think my nieces have caught on to your bullshit, sir. And you're mad now. That's what's going on. They see through your bullshit. Yes, teens. Teens actually have logical brains that work. They see old ass men like yourself coming after that young, clean pussy. You should be ashamed of yourself for clocking teens. You've been hanging out with too many white people. You might want to check your friend group, my friend. It's giving pedo. You done mentioned teens an awful lot. We don't care what y'all call us. It's about what God says. You are not people. You sound like you hurt. Oh, I do? Good. And you sound like you pray to a big imaginary white man in the sky. You have a good night. The fuck? You gonna pray for me? Thanks. Who you gonna pray to though? Who you gonna pray to? I just want to make sure we get the right person. Who exactly are you going to pray to for me? Got to be able to see through the nonsense? I do. And that's your problem. You on the surface of what? The moon? What am I on the surface of? Go deeper into the moon? Be blessed? No thanks. Blessed is a blood sacrifice. Did you know that? Probably not. Did you know that blessed means consecrated with the blood? You didn't know that? Ooh. Might want to get your vocabulary words up. Y'all really think y'all be doing the shit, but y'all don't even know what the words mean. Y'all really? Do you know that pray means to beg? So you're going to beg someone for me? Can you beg them to pay these bills for me? Sometimes masculine women get tired too. So can you please beg whoever it is you're begging for me on my behalf to come pay these bills? Good night, my brother. Sleep well. The universe always provides us with an example, don't they? It was the church that told these black men that they were supposed to be over black women. And little do these black men know, we came first. Little do these black men know that they also started out female. But do we want to get into that? Do we want to start talking about that? Their minds are already blown with this shit. What are they going to do when we start talking about embryology? And we start talking about that the black woman was here first. It's spiritual. You don't even know what the fuck spiritual is. You have no idea. We were having children without you. The reason that you got nipples on that chest of yours, sir, is that you were once a female. You was this big and you was a little girl. You want another reason to be mad at us? You're mad at yourself. That little girl is still living inside you, sir. I can see it. That little girl is still living inside you. That church literally teaches y'all to live in delusion. That church teaches you to not deal with reality, to not deal with accountability. That church got y'all fucked up. And y'all would rather remain under white massa than to be a real man in a black woman's eyes. You would rather cleave to your big white massa in the sky than for you to be a value to your community. You don't want to be of value to your community. You just want to be the king of your castle. Just like the white man. Because what can y'all niggas do without the white man's example? Nothing. You cannot do anything without the white man's example. And if you think that that Bible is not the white man's example, then you are again, my friend, delusional. They wrote you a white man handbook. They wrote you a white man handbook and told you to read that shit over and over and over and over and over again. And you said, okay. It's very sad. So we are actively on the hunt for the men that have broken themselves out of this delusion. We are actively on the hunt for those men that remember who the fuck they are. Because right now we're still dealing with little boys with little boy baby brains. But because you are a little boy with a little boy baby brain, you don't want to acknowledge that or to admit that. And you certainly don't want us to know that. So you perform these hyper masculine things that you think makes you look masculine. And it doesn't. It's not what masculinity is. But because the white man said, this is what you're supposed to do, you're doing it. So that identity crisis that black men are having in the white patriarchal model, a man's primary value is his ability to provide economically. And his worth is his wallet. So prime example is this gentleman here talking about, oh, well, the system has convinced black women that the system can provide better than the black man can. The system is not your competition, my guy. Do you think any woman would say, I'd much rather be on welfare than to be with a good man that provides? Nah. Because you're always going to find some woman that's looking for some man to take care of her. It's not hard to find. Okay? It's not hard to find. The system then made it systematically impossible for Black men to provide. They're the last ones hired and the first ones fired. There's a wage gap. Black men earn 71 cents for every $1 a white man earns. Then there's mass incarceration, removing millions from the workforce. That's the 13th Amendment loophole. Then you got criminal records preventing employment after they get released from prison. I still don't know why they're not collectively fighting against that shit. Then there's redlining that prevents property accumulation, educational defunding in Black communities. How come you Black men aren't fighting for any of this stuff? Because all y'all are worried about is impressing a white man. So when a man can't provide and his entire identity is built on providing, he is in crisis. Now you're in crisis because I'm told in order for me to be a man, I have to provide, but the system is making it impossible for me to provide. So who the fuck am I? Oh, I'm a child of God. Let me take this child of God route, because there's always going to be some woman in the church waiting for a God-fearing man to show up. So when a man can't provide and his entire identity is built on providing, he is in crisis. And that crisis produces. You said it takes two to provide. You're not supposed to sit on the couch and let him do all the work. But that's what the Bible says. What do you mean? The Bible says that you guys are supposed to provide and I'm supposed to be a stay-at-home mom and support your vision. Are you saying that you don't believe in the Bible? Hello? I thought y'all said that the book said that women are supposed to stay home and be a support to the man. That you're supposed to support his vision. I'm very confused. I'm very confused. I thought this whole time women were supposed to submit to their man and their man was supposed to be out providing. Yeah, we're supposed to be helpmates. So you want to be the man and I'm paying half the bills? It doesn't say that in the Bible. This math is not mathing. Hi. This math just isn't quite. Which one is it, fellas? Are we supposed to stay home and wait for you to provide the bill money and the grocery money and all that? Or are we supposed to be out working as hard as you? Which one is it? Because some of y'all said, so we're supposed to stay home? Okay. Because some of y'all said, we're supposed to be out there working, but then you call us masculine for being out there working. So I'm just confused about what it is y'all want. I prefer my woman to be home. Is your woman home? You just saying that you prefer it doesn't mean that that's a fact. Is she home? Or you would just hope that she would be home? Because you can prefer it, but she's still out paying half of them bills. So which one is it, Royale? My ex-wife didn't have to work. Why is she your ex then? Did she choose to work or she didn't work? You have yet to answer that question. Saying that she didn't have to work doesn't mean she didn't work. So your ex-wife didn't work. Why is she your ex-wife? Just curious. I mean, you spoke up. You introduced your wife to the conversation. So now I want to know. So the first thing that happens when the black man is in crisis is shame. Let's just say she didn't use her time wisely. So she was fucking another dude while she was at home, while he was out working hard. She was fucking another dude with her free time. You can tell us. We're all family. Yes. He said yes. An idle mind is the devil's workshop. La, 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 la. She should have taken her ass to fucking work. But you wanted her to be home with all that goddamn free time. And now she got motherfucking sneaky leaks going on. While you out paying all these bills, I bet you are resentful as fuck, aren't you? I would be. This bitch, there's so many women out there waiting for a man to come and pay the bills, and she's ungrateful as fuck. Why did you cause her to cheat on you? Because you was at work all the time? Did she cheat on you because you was at work all the time paying the bills? She was lonely, wasn't she? What did you do to make her cheat on you? Somebody said you must have had a weak pipe game. Because Aretha Franklin said if you want a do-right woman, you got to be a do-right man. You got to be an all-night man. You want a do-right woman during the day, you better be a do-right man all night. That's what Aretha Franklin said. If you want a do-right woman, you got to be a do-right all-night man. Y'all forget that part, huh? You just think this is just about paying the bills. You just got to pay the bills. No, you got other things to do. It ain't just about you just going out and paying the bills, my guy. There's other shit. My pipe game is grade A. She was just greedy. Nah, she was hungry. Greedy and hungry are two different things. She sounds hungry. Just fucking with you, Royal. Thanks for being a good sport. Just fucking with you, dude. But I know you expect all the women here to be on your side because you're like, yeah, I'm out here paying these bills. She ain't had to work and she was fucking around. We're not going to be on your side, dude, because women don't fuck around for no reason. Women do not fuck around for no reason. There's always a reason. You say that's cap. How is it cap? When a woman starts fucking around, it's because y'all are not doing what needs to be done. It is true. Women don't just be, I think I'm going to cheat on my nigga today. That's not how that goes. Trust me, they done tried to make it work. They done probably tried to have conversations with you. They probably done all these things. And the last resort to them is, I'm going to go fuck another nigga. You said, shit. Okay. So you sound like you got cheated on. You got cheated on. Listen, women don't move the way men do. Y'all just be fucking on the side for recreation. Y'all ain't got shit else to do. That's not how women move. If a woman has gotten to that point, you have the laundry has built up, my friend. Right, they're telling us how we feel. I've seen this shit over and over and over again. Women complaining to the man, I need more time. I know you at work to pay the bills, but I need some time. Because I witnessed this shit. I witnessed that when a man gets a woman, he does not behave the same way when he gets her. I witnessed that when I went to visit my sister. Now, I'm thinking of how I need to broach the topic because it's really not my place, but I have to be careful how I plant these seeds. Because ain't no reason my sister should be looking like that. I don't like it. You used to pay to get her hair done. You used to pay to get her nails done. You used to pay to do all these things. And now that y'all live together, you're not doing that. And I don't like it. So when my sister says shit like, when this lease is up, I might be moving by myself, just know that she is not the person that will go and do anything without thinking about it, putting shit in place, and making sure she has a soft place to land. You ain't dating her like you used to. You ain't treating her like you used to. Nah. Women are not going to put up with that shit. You said that's why I'm leaving my husband. Y'all quick with the change up. Y'all real quick with the change up. You said she probably not doing what she used to do either. My sister is doing so. I was on the couch watching my sister fold this nigga's clothes. She was up at night making his lunch for his job the next fucking day. I was looking at her like, bitch, you got me fucked up. And they fucking 3-4 times a week. Excuse me? What's wrong with that? She's a slave. What is she getting out of that? What is she getting out of that? You're not even doing the basic shit you used to do before y'all were together. So what is she getting out of it? It's her house. It's their house together. Hi. You missed it. We've been doing shit on here, girl. I don't like it. I like him. He's a cool guy, but I don't like this. Because that's not who my sister is. And I'm not going to allow her to get dragged down into the mud. I'm not. If I got to come up out of my household to help my sister do anything, what the fuck is he there for? Yeah, baby girl. But again, y'all want to be the man. You want to act like you're the provider when you're splitting the bills with a woman, and then you want to call her masculine when she's paying half the bills. The only thing you're paying is half the rent and maybe one utility bill, but she's doing everything else and her kids? No, that is not, and you're not cleaning up nothing. You might cook 2 or 3 times a week, tear the kitchen all up. Just tear it up because y'all don't know how to clean the kitchen up as you cook. And then you're expecting somebody else to come and clean shit up because you don't clean up nothing in the house? No, that's not equitable. That's not equitable. She's not happy because I know what my sister looks like when she's happy. Just because she's not complaining about it doesn't mean I don't see it. And that's y'all fucking problem. Well, if she's happy, she's not. Because my sister is not going to leave a situation until she has secured another one. She's not a dumb bitch. I don't know dumb bitches. No, I flew over there without them knowing I was coming. I popped the fuck up. Because sometimes you gotta pop up on motherfuckers to see what's really going on. Hey, how you doing? I called her and said, I'm going to be there in the morning. Tomorrow morning? So they didn't have time to do nothing. Sometimes you just got to show up just so you can see what's really going on. And I saw more than I needed to see. I did call. I told her I was going to be there tomorrow. She didn't need no more advance notice than that. It's my sister. I can pop up there anytime I want. Just like she can pop up out here anytime she wants. Now, my sister's house is always going to be clean, so I didn't expect anything less than that. But I just peeped out some shit that I did not like. And she's tired. And there should never be a conversation where everything out of my sister's mouth is, I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. I know what the fuck I'm tired means. You men don't understand what the fuck it means when a woman tells you that she's tired. She's not going to stay in a situation too much longer that she's tired of. And y'all think the shit comes out of the blue. The shit never comes out of the blue. I'm trying to tell y'all, but y'all don't want to listen because your ego will not allow you to take instruction from a woman. Do I have anything going on in your life, or do you just involve yourself in other people's lives? I just involve myself in everybody else's life because my life is fucking perfect, bitch. So I can sit back in judgment of everybody else's shit. Don't you wish you could be just like me? Kind of like God. I just sit back in judgment of everybody else's life. Because I don't have anything else to do. Kind of like the big white man in the sky, just looking down on you, just minding your business. No ring on your finger. Thank goodness. There is no man above me, bitch. Never will I allow a man that came after me, control me. Ever. You niggas are buying into this white man bullshit, and that's why you're fucked up. They didn't even want you to know that you came after us. They didn't even want you to know that your boy body was once a girl body in your mom's belly. They didn't even want your dumb ass to know that. They said this is going to crush a man's ego to know that he started out as a woman. Even though we can't do anything about these nipples, because the nipples were formed before the testosterone was injected into that little embryo. So now you're walking around with evidence right on your chest every day. And y'all be walking around topless, letting the world know I was once a female. That's a lie? Okay. It's obvious, sir, that you don't know anything about science. So we're not going to spend too much time on this. It is an easy Google search, so go do it. It's a very easy Google search. So why are you not Googling what I just said? Let's just Google it. Let me Google it for you because you obviously don't know how to use Google. Do all embryos start out female? La 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 la. Listen to what Google says. This is crazy. A person's genetic sex is established at conception by the sperm's chromosome, XX for female and XY for male. For the first several weeks, embryos have a biopotential or undifferentiated stage with precursors for both male and female authority. The blueprint is female. If the Y chromosome is not potential, so who were they before the potential? I need you to use your baby brain for this one. What was it before the potential? At the moment of fertilization, an X sperm creates an XX female embryo, while a Y sperm creates an XY. Did you know that the Y chromosome is a mutation of the X? So when you actually look at the letter Y, it looks like a broken off X. That's because you're a mutation. So if it has potential, which means possibility, what was it before it turned into anything else? It has the potential to be male. So what was it? If it has the potential to be male, what was it before that? Come on. You can do it. Come on, Jesse. We're all rooting for you. We're all rooting for you, Jesse. You can do it. Come on, baby brain. Come on, baby brain. Poor Tink Tank. Poor Tink Tank. You see how these white men got these niggas? Do y'all see how these white men got these niggas out here being foolish? Do y'all see what I see? Again, I'm wrong. How am I wrong? Everybody here knows it. Everybody here but you, baby brain. Oh, you must go to church. No, they don't go to church. They just say that they're Christians. Are you a Christian, Jesse? Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? Jesse, come on, hurry up. You think he's missing a rib? I'm just curious if you're a Christian, if you consider yourself to be a Christian, and under the authority of the big white man in the sky, are you a Christian? No, Google puts it in a way that doesn't hurt a man's feelings. Jesse might be Jessica. Google puts it in a way that if you are reading it and don't know the truth, you might fall for the okie doke. It puts it in a way that's politically correct as to not harm a man's ego. Mother don't give a fuck about a man's ego. I said, do all embryos start out female? It says, no, embryos do not start out as female. Then it says, a person's genetic sex is established at conception by the sperm's chromosome, XX for female and XY for male. For the first several weeks, embryos have a biopotential or undifferentiated stage with the precursors for both male and female. What's the precursor? What precursor? Yes, you said that before, Jesse. But what was it before it had possibility? Still haven't answered that question. We can't waste any more time on you, Jess. It was fun. It was fun. Oh, this silly guy. It's not even his account. I really wish his goofy black ass would come up on my show one day, though. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. The potential to become male means that you were a female with the potential to be a male. It's unfortunate that y'all will not accept that. I'm not making anything up. It's just regular old science. And because men run the world and they don't want science to get out there, yeah, we are the original men. That's why I said, because it is literally black women that are the blueprint. We have been here for 300,000 years. Now, let me just ask you another easy question. When they found that 300,000-year-old female skeleton over in Africa, where was the man's skeleton? Where was the man's skeleton? Where was it? How come they didn't find a dead couple? How come they didn't find a dead couple? Okay, Royal, I like that. How come they didn't find a 300,000-year-old couple? I'm just saying, they could have found a couple. What happened to the man? There were no ribs laying around. Nobody had taken her ribs out and made rib kits. I mean, how come they didn't find the man? What happened to him? Where was he? It's a mystery. The reason they don't want science is because science disproves all of this nonsense. The reason they do not want y'all knowing anything about science and biology and astronomy and any of this shit is because it destroys all of this bullshit. It just comes crumbling down. So they would rather have you believe whatever it is you believe, simply because the moment you believe something, you stop being open to other evidence. The minute you say out of your baloney lips, well, I believe, belief is a choice. You have chosen. You didn't need no evidence. You have chosen to be this person. And anytime anybody brings any additional information to your attention, it's la, 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 la. I don't want to hear it. I believe in Christ. Well, I'm showing you that he never existed. There was never any evidence of his existence. Blah, blah, whoop, whoop. And you're like, la, 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 la. That's what belief is. So when people come here and ask me, well, what do you believe in? Nothing. I don't believe in anything. I either know or I don't know. Even Yoda said that shit. There is no try. You either do or you don't. You're either doing it or you're not doing it. There is no try. Just like with belief. I don't believe anything. I either know what the fuck I know or I don't know it. And I don't have no ego to come here and say, I don't know. I don't believe in logic. Either you're logical or you're not logical. There's no necessity for anyone to believe in logic. You're either logical or you're illogical. There is no need to believe in anything. Just like y'all will say, well, I believe in myself. If you know yourself, you don't need to believe anything about yourself. You see how they done fucked your brain up? They got y'all even saying to yourself, I believe in me. There's nothing else I need to know about me. I know there's nothing else I want to hear about me. There's nothing else I need to examine about me. I believe in me. So now you've cut yourself off from learning even more about yourself. So now you've cut yourself off from knowing what your potential is, what you could possibly do, testing boundaries, pushing yourself to another level. You have opted out. So when somebody is telling you, oh, well, what's your belief system? Belief is the system. They literally say it to your face. What is your belief system? It is a system that you have now opted out of learning anything more on any specific topic. I am open to learning everything. I am open to new evidence. I am open to new science. I am open to new experiments. I am open to all of it, baby. Because that's only going to make me better. But because y'all have bought into this Christianity shit, y'all are stuck mentally. And so now you have these circular conversations where you're just going around and around and around. Nothing ever gets solved. Nothing ever gets put to bed. Nothing ever gets put to rest. You're just talking about the same shit over and over and over again. And you cannot see that this is the design. Just to keep our black asses busy, exhausted, tired, frustrated. It's all by design. They do not want you to think logically about anything. They want you to be emotional. So now they have us all just poking at each other. Just poke, poke, poke. Men poke at us. We poke at them. They poke at us. They poke at. All the while, there's no work being done on our behalf or even by us. There's no work being done. There's no progression in the black community. None. Well, how are we progressing? They've even rendered the black church powerless. How are we progressing as a black community? It's working exactly the way it was designed to work. How are we progressing? What have we progressed at as a community? Anybody? Yes, we need to segregate again. I have been pushing for that shit for a very long time. They have historically been very bad for our health. Historically. And that continues. That continues. What you mean, wait, what? They have historically been very bad for our health. Anytime we are in proximity to white people, our nervous system is on, baby. Anytime we are in we fucking let us into that burning house. Following these pastors. That's why anytime a pastor pops up trying to do something, you already know this nigga gonna lead you right. You marching this way, this nigga gonna be like, let me bring you right back over here. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Nothing has happened in the black church since the civil rights movement. Hello? What has the Black church done since the civil rights movement? Just put it in the comments. And y'all think that y'all are just getting sick. Y'all just think that y'all are just getting sick from this and you're getting sick because you have cortisol all in your bloodstream because you are in proximity with your oppressor. Your body remembers everything. As much as they try to enslave your brain, your body remembers everything. So every time you go out to lunch with Katie, your nervous system is dumping cortisol into your fucking bloodstream. And you're like, oh, I'm just going to lunch with Katie. Fuck going to lunch with goddamn Katie, bitch. Your health cannot afford to be at lunch with your fucking enemy. What would segregation ideally look like? Look at our history. Look to the past. There were more Black cities than just Tulsa. Y'all just know, oh, Black Wall Street. There were so many Black cities across this country. They were either burned to the ground or flooded. Everybody was massacred. They were bombed. There were more Black cities than just Tulsa. More than Rosewood. Right in New York, Seneca Village. Did y'all know that our DC monuments was built over 2 towns? The Pentagon, the monuments, all that, those were Black owned homes, and they pushed those people out, gave the people that owned the homes $2,000, and the people that were renting the homes, they gave them nothing. They came and took their fucking land and built the Pentagon and shit right on top of these people's town. Did you ever hear about it? Nope. Lake Lanier was flooded. Central Park was Seneca Village. Central Park was Seneca Village. So again, we're letting this shit continue. So what does segregation look like? It's not really that difficult. Black people are doing it all over the country right now. You're just not hearing anything about it. They're doing it right now. I see at least twice a month that Black people have gotten together and bought 500 acres of land and they're building on it. I see that shit all the fucking time. I just saw that shit the other day. A group of Black people got together and bought 500 acres of land and they're building on it. This other Black family bought this land almost 10 years ago. Now these motherfuckers are sniffing around trying to buy it for $10 million from him. He's like, I'm not selling this. I'm not selling this. Y'all laughed at me. Now you got a bunch of tiny homes. And they rent them out for Airbnbs. What was years ago? Nothing was years ago. Nothing was years ago, bitch. But I thought these white folks was supposed to be building their white-only towns. How come they're not building that shit? What the fuck happened to that? How come these lazy white people didn't build those towns they were talking about? They was mad that we didn't give a fuck. They was mad that we was like, do you need help moving? Please, build your white-only towns. They were pissed. How come they're not mad that we're building our white-only towns? How come they're not mad? Because we waiting for you to build your white-only towns. Take a state. Take 2. Yeah, what happened to return to the land? What happened to going back to whites only? Yeah, just going back to them whites only pies. We don't want them pies. Go on back to that. Go on back. Put your whites only signs out. Put them out. What are you waiting for? Put your sundown town signs up at the town border. Put them up. Put them up. Put them over the public water fountains so we know not to use them germy motherfuckers. Put them up at the bathrooms so we don't have to share the bathrooms with y'all. Put them up. Please, please, please. We need to be pushing that shit forward. Please, segregate. That's not going to be a problem. In 1960, Black people had 60,000 businesses. 60,000 all across this country. We were literally making more money. Y'all want to know why the civil rights movement happened? The real history? The real history is they saw how much money we were making. Yes, I said segregate. They saw how much disposable income niggas had, and they set out to devise a plot to get it from us. If you do not believe me, then you should go and see, you said you love me more, you should go and see the propaganda video that the Commerce Department put out in the late 50s. It is called The Secret to Selling the Negro. It's on YouTube. Hold on. This is my whole music. The Negro. The Secret to Selling the Negro came out in 1954, before the Civil Rights Movement began. So let's see what he's talking about. Listen.
Has a total income of about $15 billion every year.
Black people.
That taxes Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general.
Did you hear what he said? Hold on, I need to start it again because, hold on, I need to start it again. Let me rewind it back to the beginning. This was made by our government. A whole movie. Watch this. Listen up. I'm trying to put it by the microphone.
You got the level on that, Joe? How's this video coming through? All right, the light's button up. Don't forget to dolly it close. All right, return stay clear number 2 camera and all set. Stand by.
Can y'all hear? It's a whole production. How The Secret to Selling the Negro was the name of the movie. Production. Hurry up, man. Hurry up. Let's get to the good shit. It's telling you that it was presented in cooperation with the Johnson Publishing Company, Jet Magazine, Hue Magazine, Ebony Magazine. Ebony Magazine, Hue sold us out to the government. That is where they got the statistics to find out how much money Black people had. It's always us, ain't it? It's always us, ain't it? Here he comes.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. I'm
I've got a story here that I think is big, really big, because it's bound to have a terrific impact on business. I'm talking about a new market, a big new market. Millions upon millions of new prospects with $15 billion to spend.
$15 billion to spend.
$15 billion. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
It's a lot of money, isn't it?
The surprising thing is that it's a fresh market. Still
We're a fresh market.
It grew up so fast, got so big in a hurry, but few of us realize its scope. Now these days, nobody's likely to pass up chances to sell. And yet right here in our own front yard, there's a neglected market.
There's niggas!
There's money waiting to be spent.
Who knew?
The story of this market. To be able to tell you the secret of selling the Negro, we did a lot of digging. We talked to leading businessmen, the customers, and the salesmen. We went to Washington, D.C. We set up cameras and other key points around the nation.
Set up cameras around the nation to watch us. But then when I tell you that they have been surveilling us since they got here, I'm a bitch. Okay.
Yes, this is the market we're talking about.
Look at these Negroes living in these houses. They all own their own homes.
They live in Chicago, in Atlanta, or New York, in Detroit, St. Louis, Los Angeles, any one of the 1,000 cities and towns. All over the country, families such as this are enjoying new prosperity. They have new interests, new standards of living, a buying power they've never enjoyed.
It's on YouTube.
They're good prospects for practically all types of goods and services. All too often, though, they are overlooked prospects. Why? Because of some good, valid reason? No. They're overlooked because of mistaken ideas. Because of out-of-date ideas about how the Negro lives and how he buys. The truth of the matter is that the Negro lives pretty much the same as other folks.
Really?
He buys pretty much the same way, too.
Really?
Just the same, a lot of old doubts and opinions keep cropping
Listen to this shit.
over again.
I don't like to do business with Negroes. They're drifters. You can't keep track of them.
Yes, although a lot of people think that way, the truth is that 1 out of every 3 Negro families living in cities today owns its own home. That figure comes directly from the United States.
But we're poor.
Maybe so, but Negroes are poor credit risk.
Not more of a credit risk than any other group. Actually, the Negro home buyer meets his payments faithfully, often more faithfully than other race groups in the same economic level.
Look at that.
That's the information we got from people who want to know. The National Association of Real Estate Boards.
Well, maybe, but I've always heard that Negroes buy shoddy, poor-quality merchandise.
No, it's just the
Listen to
other way
this.
around.
No, it's just the opposite.
In proportion to population and income, Negroes buy more quality products than any other comparable United States group. You see, there are a lot of confused notions about the Negro customer. But when you dig right down and find out about them, they just don't hold water. Negroes own homes. They meet their payments faithfully. They buy good brands of merchandise. So why let a lot of old-fashioned ideas hurt profits? Take a look at the real facts. Here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, some amazing facts and figures about this new market have been uncovered. For a first-hand report, we would like to take you directly to the United States Department of Commerce to hear this story from
Now listen to this.
himself. Here is the Honorable Sinclair Weeks, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States.
The Secretary of Commerce is talking about us.
We are constantly alert to trends that mean a healthier national economy, better business for the nation as a whole. Recently, we have been interested in a rising young market, one that represents a huge potential for goods and services. I'm referring to the new Negro market. The tremendous buying power.
It's a propaganda video.
Caused by an increased earning power. The average Negro family's income is at a record high. In fact, since 1939, it has increased more than the average income of all other Americans.
Y'all remember that.
A few figures. An official Department of Commerce report shows that at least 1/3 of the Negroes living in cities earn from $2,000 to $5,000 a year. Today, the average Negro wage earner brings home a paycheck in 1939. As a whole, the Negro market has a total income of about $15 billion every year. And after taxes, Negro families still have many billions of dollars to spend. Here is a buying power that cannot help but have a tremendous effect on our national economy and on business prosperity in general. When these dollars are spent for a wide range of goods, services, and employment, business everywhere is bound to feel the impact.
This new buying power has resulted in a class Negro market, a profitable, above-average income group of consumers. For example, the nation's largest newspaper and magazine research organization, Daniel Starch and Staff, reports these significant figures. More than 51% of the readers of Ebony magazine have a record player in their homes. Almost 64% own a television set. And almost 78% enjoy the convenience of an electric refrigerator. It is also a fact, and this is from the magazine The Food Field Reporter, that Negroes spend almost $3 billion a year for food alone. Per capita, they buy more cosmetics, drugs, and toiletries than anyone else in the country. And their children are better educated, too. Because since 1930, enrollment in Negro colleges is up 2,500%. But really, to recognize the importance of this class Negro market, we must realize that something has been happening economically in our country. People are on the move. The population is shifting. The makeup of metropolitan populations today is
This is when the black folks left the South and started migrating to the cities and started working.
Candid cameras.
Candid cameras.
Take a look at these shoppers.
Candid cameras. These people didn't even know they were being fucking recorded.
Notice what a large proportion of them are Negroes.
How creepy.
It's simply this. Negro families are moving into the city where there are more job opportunities. Here they find occupations with more prestige and security, jobs that pay more money. As a result, Negro families today often make up the largest part of Central City consumer prospects. A shoe store in Chicago's Loop, for example, reports that more than 50% of its customers are Negroes. In another case,
Now let's just stop there. I want y'all to go and watch the rest of the movie. Let's just address some of the things we just saw. These motherfuckers said, we are smarter, we are richer, we're the fastest growing demographic as far as money is concerned, right? We have modern appliances, we pay our bills on time, we're a good credit risk. This was in 1954. Do you know how long it took for that to flip? Why are you asking me if I'm single? It's none of your fucking business. Why does it matter if I'm single? I'm not allowed to talk. Your woman ain't allowed to talk, Russell. Anyway, listen. Yep. This was made in 1954. They sought out a good pastor they could work with. That was Martin Luther King. They said, hey, we want you to bring your people to these white establishments and fight for the right to give these white people your money. And the niggas who had restaurants and movie theaters and bowling alleys and dry cleaners and auto shops and car dealerships and grocery stores and drug stores said, yeah, we want to be able to spend our money at the white place too. Like fucking idiots. So it only took a few years to completely destroy those 60,000 black businesses we had all across the country. Our money was circulating only within our community, and they said, we have got to get it. So they devised a plan that made it look like we were fighting for rights. Now remember, black men already had the right to vote. It was only black women that needed the right to vote. Remember? Black men already had the right to vote. It was women that had to fight for the right to vote. Black women. Everybody had the right to vote before us. So we were at the forefront of this civil rights movement, and we weren't even the biggest recipients of the civil rights movement, just like we weren't the biggest recipients of DEI. We have been bam fucking boozled at every fucking turn. So we went from owning more homes than any other racial group in America to living in ghettos by 1970. Hello? We went from owning homes to our black men being thrown in jail, losing our homes, and now living in ghettos. Now, mind you, welfare and Section 8 and all those things were set up in the 30s for white women. We did not have welfare benefits until the civil rights movement. So when they talk about you guys are welfare queens and no, welfare was not created for black women. We could not even apply for it, let alone receive it. We didn't even have the right to apply for it. For 30 years, white women were getting free money and free food from the government. And now they want to try to flip it like, oh, you black people, you're all on welfare. You owe us that. You owe us at least that, bitch. But those are, again, just their tactics to make you ashamed of getting from the system what you paid into it. So now you out here working even harder so you don't have to be on welfare because some white person has made you feel some kind of way about you getting back the benefits you deserve. You've been paying into the welfare system since your ass started working when you were, 14 and a half, 15 years old? And you don't think that you can take a year off and get some fucking food stamps? I would. Why the fuck not? Them bitches have been getting welfare for nearly 100 fucking years. Did y'all not know that? They've been getting welfare, free money, and free food from the government for almost a century. But they want to talk about you while having a husband. Absolutely. Yes, especially all them Jews over there. They're getting 10 grand a month. They're getting like $70,000, $80,000 a year from welfare. And they have husbands. But they study the Torah. So as long as you're doing Bible study, how come your Bible study doesn't count? What you mean, huh? What the fuck did you miss? What the fuck did you miss? How come y'all ain't going over there harassing them schmoos? How come you're not over there harassing them? The whole town is getting welfare payments. The whole fucking town. They don't even speak the language. How come they're not pressured to speak the language? They've been investigated so many times. They've been arrested. They get millions per year. How come y'all ain't harassing them? Why y'all harassing us? We're not the ones stealing welfare. We're not the ones doing it. But y'all always like to put a black female face on all of your nightmares. So I say, rah, nigga. Rah, bitch. You want to put a black face on something? Put my face on it. I don't give a fuck. Make sure you put these long red nails on there too, because that scares you. That scares you. Rah, bitch. Yeah, y'all didn't say nothing to Brett Favre when he was stealing all them welfare benefits down there. You didn't say nothing to them. Who them ish people? Go look them up. Why do y'all not look? Do y'all do anything with y'all phones? Y'all just be using the internet for porn? Hasidic schmooze. In New York. NYC. New York City is the home of the largest Hasidic Shmuish population outside of Israel, with over 200,000 adherents. Centered mainly in the Brooklyn neighborhoods. Where the niggas at? Where the Brooklyn niggas at? Oh, the Shmoos took it over? Y'all didn't see where they were doing all of these deeds, where they were tricking old black people out of the deeds to their homes? Y'all didn't see that? So they are in the Brooklyn neighborhoods of Borough Park and Williamsburg and Crown Heights. Crown Heights. Where the niggas is at? These tightly knit, ultra-Orthodox communities maintain Yiddish as their primary spoken language. Their street signs are in Yiddish. Their street signs aren't even in English. They don't even teach their children English. The Hasidic community in NYC is highly distinct, characterized by specific traditions, insular lifestyles, and vibrant local economies. Their money only circulates. You know, I'm a white Caucasian, however, I want to say it, but I treat people the way they treat me. I don't give a fuck what you do, ma'am. So anyway, the Hasidic community in NYC is highly distinctive. So key sects, different dynasties. They have different dynasties, yo. Dominate different areas. The Satmar sect is the largest in Williamsburg and Borough Park, while Crown Heights is the world headquarters for the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Lifestyle and customs. Members adhere strictly to Jewish law and modest dress codes. Men typically wear black suits, white shirts, specific styles. Let's talk about that welfare, though. On welfare. Hasidic Shmoos in New York City experience high rates of poverty, leading to significant reliance on public assistance like Medicaid, SNAP, and Section 8 housing. So, housing in New York, y'all know how expensive that shit is? They get Section 8 vouchers. Do y'all know how expensive a fucking brownstone in New York is? I know Wendy knows. They get Section 8 vouchers. This dependence stems from large family sizes, insular community structures, and an emphasis on religious education over secular job training. Yeah, you're funding them here and there. You're funding them here and there. You didn't know that? Poverty rates, high poverty rates in areas with large Hasidic populations like Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and Kiryas Joel. Poverty rates often exceed 50%, roughly triple the citywide average. Public assistance, research, and census data show Hasidic households are heavily represented among public aid recipients. They have whole centers where they sign you up. They have whole centers where people come and apply. It's just them. They are statistically 3 times more likely to rely on food stamps and over twice as likely to rely on Medicaid compared to the general population. Section 8. Hasidic communities make concentrated use of Section 8 housing vouchers. This has allowed low-income families to remain in rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods like South Williamsburg, where market rate rents would otherwise price them out. Organization, the community's sophisticated political engagement helps them navigate complex social service bureaucracies effectively. Those are the centers they have. While this organization is praised by community advocates for securing resources for families in need, it also has drawn scrutiny and accusations of exploitation from critics and housing watchdogs. Millions per year. There's a nonprofit in NY. If you donate 30 to a nonprofit, more money will be added in the card and a card of $150 is sent overseas. So that's what's going on right under your nose. But the media and y'all and white folks would love to believe that we're the ones eating up all the welfare benefits. It ain't us, boo-boo. It ain't us. It ain't us. And y'all will tell us that we are supposed to support those people because they are the chosen people. And then you make us feel guilty. You try to make us feel guilty. Like they're the chosen people. Yet they are committing these. Let me stop, because you know they will snatch my ass in jail. Yes, let's talk about the tunnels. Why they got tunnels? Why they finding groups of girls in the tunnels? No, why would I go over there? For what? Why would I go over there? I'm not going over there. Why would any brown person go over there? Are y'all okay? Let me go. But I'll come back tomorrow. I'm not going to be here on Sunday. You said an Italian man told me when he got here, they offered him everything. Of course they did. Y'all ain't seen them tunnels. You need to go look it up. Oh, she's white? Understandable. Niggas don't belong in Israel, ma'am. Not since y'all took it over. Not since y'all took it over. Not since the Europeans took it over. There's no place for the black Israelites anymore because y'all took it over. You're not white. You need to change your picture. Let me see what you're working with. So what are you, ma'am? What we working with, ma'am? Hear what? There is a shit ton of black people there. Why would I go there? I've seen the videos of how they treat brown people over there. Why would I? For what? First of all, I'm not a Christian. So there will absolutely be no reason for me to ever go there. So let's establish that first. I'm not a Christian. I'm not any religion. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Buddhist. I'm not anything. I'm not anything. So there's no point in me going to any religious place. Yeah, we're the same. Okay, so there's no point in me going over there at all. I'm not going to some place to get abused. Why would I pay to get abused? By some mongoloids. Have y'all seen them? Why would I go someplace and get accosted by some mongoloids? Love you too? Yeah. Ain't no way I go over there. You're not listen, speak. That is a bridge too far for me. You talk about you want to know what's going to make me see red and I black out and then I wake up and the whole house is torn up and I don't know what the fuck happened. Spit. I could not scrub my skin enough. I'm telling you right now, a motherfucker spits on me, it's a fucking wrap. Y'all better get some bail money together because I'm going to be in jail. Don't you form your baloney lips to do it. You won't have no lips. You think you ain't got no lips now. Whatever little piece of lip you got, it's not going to be on your face anymore. Jordy, stop laughing. I've been trying to be serious. Whatever little lip you got, kiss it goodbye. Spit. Oh. Even when I hear Jordy spit, I'm like, why do you spit? I hate even the sound of spit. So even imagine it on me? Oh, nigga. I don't think there's nothing sexy about when I see motherfuckers spit on each other thinking it's sexy. I'm like, yes, no. No. When I see them videos of them motherfuckers spitting on people over there like they some goddamn camels, I be like, ooh, bitch. It would be a whole berserker barrage. Listen. I do not wish a motherfucker would. I do not. This is a time when I do not wish a motherfucker would because, bitch. There are plenty of things I would say I wish a motherfucker would. But that is not one of them. Because it's not going to be good for either one of us. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. That's the one line no one should cross. And I see it all the time. White people be doing that shit. And I be like, yo, that is insane. That is insane to me. Yes. It's just that low singing and flower bringing. It is such an insane thought to me. So anyway, but again, you're dealing with people that smear shit on walls. You're dealing with people that love to pee on shit. So why wouldn't they spit? Right. Pay all that money to go over there to get spit on? Absolutely fucking not. No. I am not traveling any place to be disrespected. That's just not on my bingo card. I don't even go to countries that people come back and say they were so racist there. What? Am I supposed to? Whoop. I don't need to go see it for myself. This is a logical black person. This logical black person has said to me that they experienced all this racism in a place. Why the fuck would I go see for myself? I mean, me too, Keisha. Me too. Oh, you say Italy? I'm going to nigger-friendly places. I go to nigger-friendly places only. Oh, they don't like niggas there? Nope. I won't be seeing the Coliseum. I won't be seeing it. I just won't be seeing it. I'll look at the pictures. Because I'll be damned. That's why you'll never catch me in South Africa. You will never catch me there. I'll travel to every fucking country around that motherfucking continent, but you will never catch my black ass in South Africa, because absolutely fucking not. Why would I step foot on African soil to have some white person tell me that they own the place? I be goddamn.
Damn.
Nope. I don't give a fuck what the niggas here think or niggas here say. I be damn. I'm not doing that. And I'm not even from this country. I'm not doing that. I'm not even African, and I'm not going to stand. That's not going to sit well with me. And I'm not even African. You always got some shit to say in the background. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. We gotta run back the history of white skin. You said Sicilians are the black people. You can't tell Sicilians that they're black. They're not accepting that. Even when Sicilians came to this country, they treated them like black people, and they were appalled. Sicilians specifically, they said they are a problem race. That was the history of Sicilians. I taught that lesson. They said they were a problem race. They did not even consider them to be white when they came to America. They did not consider them to be white. You Polish? You're real Polish? Because that's where a lot of the schmooze came from. You're an immigrant? I'm not. We're the black people here. We're not immigrants. We were already here. We saw y'all when y'all came. So
Also this time.
we saw y'all. We saw you. Who was that? Okay. Yeah, Irish, another problem race. Until they found some usefulness for the Irish, they were another problem race. You're not immigrants. You were brought here. You were stolen. Wrong. You're wrong, Miss Laura. That's not our story. That's not our story, ma'am. I know that's the story you were told, but that's a lie. We were already here.
Hello.
They actually shipped us out. They probably shipped a few of us over to your country too. Well, you can check in with us tomorrow. I'll be back here again. You're going to get the history of white skin tomorrow. Do you have red hair? Because that would be even more interesting. Because I'm going to tell you how you got that red hair. So definitely come back tomorrow. I'm going to be here around 6 p.m. Eastern time. So we're going to get into it. So come and learn, because you've been lied to. I wish more white people would understand that they've been lied to. But definitely go watch The Secret to Selling the Negro so y'all can see how they've been surveilling us and taking notes and how they stole our fucking wealth. Y'all just think I be making shit up. That's what cracks me up. Y'all just be thinking I be making this shit up. I'm not making up nothing. because the truth is stranger than fiction. You say we know how they got the red hair. Yes, we do. So I'll be back again tomorrow around 6 o'clock, okay? Mwah. I love y'all. And don't forget to go get Mother. If you have not gotten your lifetime subscription to Mother, you'll learn tomorrow, baby. It's just mutations. Different genes were mutated. So we'll get into it tomorrow, okay? All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow around 6. Bye.